It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, election aftermath. Democrats winning big in several key races. The issue of abortion driving voter turnout as the 2024 Republican presidential candidates gear up for tonight's showdown on the debate stage. Craig is live in Miami with the latest. Plus, pushing back, the state of South Carolina responding to Alec Murdaugh's request for a new trial months after his conviction in the murders of his wife and son. A court clerk denying his legal team's allegations of jury tampering. So where does it go from here? Then Chip and Joanna Gaines. Jenna and her sister Barbara catch up with the Fixer Upper hosts as they mark a major milestone.
I think 20 years later, we still really like each other.
Hear all about their big anniversary and their new project. And Jungkook live. The K-pop superstar is here in our plaza with a huge crowd of loyal fans. The BTS singer going solo and ready to rock our stage today, Wednesday, November 8th, 2023.
Traveled from Tampa, Florida.
Las Vegas, Nevada.
Seoul, South Korea. And Edmonton, Alberta, Canada.
Today is my first concert.
We love you, Jungkook. Can't stop overnight. For Jungkook. Ready for Jungkook.
We are back. Joining us once again, we got Jenna. Big week for you and Barbara. We've got a new book called Love Comes First, flying off the shelves.
Yes, it is. Yeah, and you guys, the thing I love most about writing a book with my sister is being able to spend extra time with her. This past weekend, we went on a book tour, a sister-sister road trip to our very special place, our home state of Texas. Our welcoming committee, none other than Chip and Joanna Gaines.
Welcome to Texas, baby!
Barbara and I love to travel, but there's something extra special about coming home to Texas.
Hi, guys! How are you?
We're headed across the state to Waco. Waco is a small city in central Texas, not far from our family's ranch. Once a quiet little town, Waco is now a household name, all thanks to these two characters, Chip and Joanna Gaines.
Hi, guys!
Who were still celebrating the World Series win of our favorite team, the Rangers.
Go Rangers.
Hi! Go
Rangers!
How are you? This is my sissy!
Nice to finally meet you guys.
Biggest Rangers fans of all
Cried
time.
maybe a little bit.
Me too.
Should we get...
Yeah, tell us about the coffee shop.
Dan, I don't know if you knew this. Their father is famous because he used to own the Texas Rangers. I thought it was something like that.
We met Chip and Joe at the Magnolia Silos, a marketplace and tourist destination created by the couple. It's a far cry from their humble start, a little store called Magnolia that opened 20 years ago.
So, 20 years. Happy 20th anniversary.
High five.
High five.
When you think
We've
about
made it.
where you started to where you are, what comes to mind?
God, a lot of kids.
A lot of kids. We couldn't have imagined any of this. And the idea that what was in our hearts as a dream was just this small little shop doing some renovations
Something
in
much
town.
simpler, yeah, quieter.
Chip and Joanna rose to fame renovating homes on the show Fixer Upper. Now they are moving on to hotels. The couple transformed a historic building into a boutique hotel in downtown Waco. And now they are bringing viewers along for the ride in their new show, Fixer Upper, the hotel.
I am going to credit that to Chip. He bought the building.
It's beautiful.
Spectacular.
And that's kind of how Chip rolls. He loves real estate. He is a visionary. He just kind of knows the right one to say, hey, there's something special about that.
building.
Cool
Magical.
details.
We toured it. I pushed Barbara on the cart. You'll be happy to know.
Oh my gosh,
All
cute.
While finishing their hotel, the couple has also been busy at home. This year, their youngest went off to kindergarten, and their oldest went off to college.
Showed some clips of y'all's college experience, and I was like, if you're not like these girls, boy, don't even come home.
I think failure for kids is important.
That's
I mean,
what I'm
we
saying.
always say that we think the best thing
Luckily,
our
we
parents
were able to make mistakes.
ever gave us was the space to make a
Yes.
mistake.
Dave, are you listening?
To just stay out of
Mistakes are
jail,
good.
okay? But other than
We
that,
We support that.
We
never
didn't
went to
spend the
jail.
night in jail. We never spent the evening
agree
in
with
jail.
that.
Like
you go to jail?
Yeah, but didn't spend the night.
Okay, good.
It's also 20 years of marriage. So 20 years of marriage, 20 years of business partners.
High five.
Tell us how y'all make that work.
Look, Sissy, you're such a good interview.
you are.
Wow.
I mean,
High five.
Together, we're just better, we're stronger. I think 20 years later, we still really like each other. Yeah. I still laugh at everything he does. I do roll my eyes a lot because I sometimes can't believe he said that out loud.
Did you sort of feel like you had enabled him to be as funny as he is?
No,
because you've laughed at everything. Or no?
I do.
I've done that for her. I've enabled her since childhood.
Like you've not done her any favors.
I'm
You've
your
been
first
too
audience.
encouraging.
I laughed at everything she says.
I love it.
And here she is.
All kidding aside, for Chip and Joanna, 2023 has been a year of reflection.
Feels like we built and built and built and tried and tried and tried and worked and worked and worked, even in the family sense. For the first time really in this entire process, I think Joe and I are like looking backwards and it's just like, man, a lot happened and you really didn't get to stop and really smell the roses while it was occurring.
Yes.
But now, for whatever reason, we really feel like we're in just a really nice place.
In all seriousness, what they've done for that little town in the middle of Texas is remarkable.
I want to go to that hotel.
It's awesome. It's changed so much. We also talked about social media. They didn't give their son, their 18-year-old, social media until he was 18.
Wow.
Yeah. So
That.
he, Chip is not strict about a lot of things, as you can see. He wants him to fail in the real world, but online he just thinks he'd rather his kids go outside and be in nature.
Yeah.
And by the way, we ended up going out to dinner, and guess who crashed our party? Chip and JoJo. Here they came. We had a hilarious meal, and they
decorate that restaurant too?
They decorated the whole place, and in fact, she was taking pictures. She's like, for the punch list.
Wow.
They did the whole hotel.
That's in the hotel, the restaurant?
Yeah, the restaurant.
How
It was
cool.
birdies on the roof.
Nice.
It was great. And we should mention, y'all, Fixer Upper, the hotel, it premieres today.
All right, Jenna.
I know what I'll be watching.
I know.
We are back. It is 8:30. This is not your ordinary Wednesday, a very special one, a big concert on our plaza. In fact, this one is the biggest concert in quite a while, thanks to BTS star Jungkook and his many.
Oh, there he is.
There he is.
fans.
Wow.
Wow.
This is a huge crowd.
I don't know if it's the biggest. They said Karol G might have been bigger, but I haven't
feel
seen.
like
Pretty
this
big,
is up
bigger
there.
crowd. Pretty big.
This one seems like it. By the way, there were people sleeping outside on Monday.
Yeah.
On Monday.
Oh,
I
there's
know.
still 1,000 people around the buildings that can't even see this.
Yeah.
But they're still there.
They're chanting JK, JK, and this is like the look.
That's the
right.
look,
Everybody's
baby.
wearing their pink headbands. I borrowed it from my friend here.
Yeah.
What's? Oh, hi. Oh, she's taking pictures of. Never mind. She's busy. Anyway, this is the look.
good.
It's a BTS thing. It's cute, right?
Full effect this morning. I'm wearing
Happy
BTS
that the
purple.
first
Solo album came out from JK. It's already breaking records. The hit song 7, by the way, the fastest to reach 1 billion streams on Spotify. This is going to be a show to
I'm
remember.
excited.
Okay, the crowd is ready. We're going to hear from JK Jungkook just a moment from now. But first, we're doing something pretty exciting around here. This is Shop Today's very first editor-curated holiday gift guide. It is packed with 100 amazing ideas. You can add it to your wish list. And here to reveal some of the picks, Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock. You can find the full list, by the way, and exclusive discount codes if you scan the QR code right there. Adriana, good morning. We've got the Christmas trees out.
The holidays are creeping up on us. I keep telling everyone Thanksgiving's in 2 weeks. But before I start getting into our top 100 gifts of the season, I have to let you guys know we just launched Shop Today Savings this week. And it's super exciting because it's a browser extension for your desktop that scans the internet for coupons and discounts so you never have to miss a deal again while you're shopping online at over 40,000 stores.
Just in time for the holidays, Adriana.
Get it. And you can also get Shop Today exclusive discounts like the first one we have here today from Our Place. This is our pick for one of the best kitchen appliances of the holiday season. It is a multi-cooker. It's one of the newest launches from Our Place, which is known for their multi-purpose kitchen items. They've got the 8-in-1 pan. This is a slow cooker, a pressure cooker, steamer. It keeps your food warm.
Wow.
And it also just looks really, really nice on the countertop. It comes in 4 really gorgeous modern colors. And what we have for you guys is a discount that brings it under $200. It's a great gift for the foodie in your life or the person who loves spending time in the kitchen.
All right, good. Okay.
Yes.
Next.
Okay, next, moving on. This is our pick for personalized gift. So sometimes a personalized gift can be a little bit pricey, but this is a great way to get an affordable personalized gift that is also practical. So this is the Stanley Cup. It's the quencher. Cute. This thing had a wait list of 150,000 people. It went so viral this year. Everybody from your Gen Z to your baby boomers and beyond love this because it's a vacuum insulated cup that keeps your drink cold for 9 hours, hot for 5. And you can get it personalized. We have some Today ones. We've got one for Hoda. We've got one for you and Al, everybody.
How quick do you have to do it if you want to get that personalization in time?
You do have to wait a few weeks, so that's why you should do it now. Yeah. On the flip side, though, if you want something a little bit even more affordable for $14, the Anthropologie Bistro mug. It's their best-selling mug.
Sweet.
You can get someone's initial. And you can also get like a set here like we spelled out today. Really cute and affordable gift. This is a great like teacher gift or for a babysitter. Really cute. Yeah, it's personalized and easy.
Just cries out for hot chocolate,
doesn't
it? Okay.
It does.
Now, what do we have over here?
Okay, we have this tennis bracelet. So tennis jewelry has been really popular this year. And this from Anna Zuckerman is super popular. And we love it because it's made with crystalline. So it's made to mimic real diamonds. It's got this great shine. It comes in rose gold, white gold, and yellow gold. And we have a discount that brings it under $55.
Wow, that's pretty. So that might be nice to add to your stack.
Exactly. And it's dainty enough that you can add it to your stack or you can wear it alone and give it more of a glamour look.
All right.
Yeah.
Next, we have, what is this?
This
shampoo,
is our
body wash?
This is our beauty pick. So this is great because it's from a brand called Necessaire. We also have a discount on this one. It's down to $60, originally $75, and you get a trio of their best sellers. And it's the body wash, the body lotion, and the body serum. And what makes this brand unique is that it's unisex. My husband loves it. I love it.
Can I smell it?
Yeah,
That's all you gotta do the smell
it's
test.
Really great. And it's made with ingredients that are usually found in your skincare routine. So things like niacinamide, hyaluronic acid, and peptides. So you get all those anti-aging benefits from head to toe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that might have been the What is it? Oh, that might have been the gel.
This is the serum, which is
the serum. Okay,
which is like a lighter version of the lotion.
Okay. What else you got? Anything?
Okay. And last but not least, I love this one. This is from Uncommon Goods. It is these geostate ornaments they're handmade in Minnesota. So it is a small business creating all of these, and it's just a cute way to pay homage to your home state.
Did you put Arizona in
We
here?
have Arizona over there for you.
Thank you.
Yes, it's so cute, and they're geode inspired, and they're all handmade. So each one is one of a kind.
That's fun. I like a little gift like that.
Yeah.
Your hostess going to a party or something, bring their ornament.
Exactly. So cute.
Adriana, you can purchase or see the full list if you scan the QR code. You can go to today.com/giftswelove. We should mention today we'll get a commission from purchases made through our links and the Shop Savings extension, which is out today.
The City Concert Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
And we are back with our massive crowd, all here to see pop sensation Jungkook.
The world by storm as one of the 7 members of the mega group BTS, and he's doing it all over again with his debut solo album. Before he performs, check out his rise to the top of the charts.
Jungkook is standing on top of the world as one of the 7 members of the music group BTS.
The pop stars cemented their global fame in 2017 by winning their first Billboard Music Award. Since then, the Trailblazers have been nominated for 5 Grammys and charted 4 #1 albums faster than any group since the Beatles. The group has built a fan base known as ARMY, who packed Rockefeller Plaza in February 2020 to see an interview of the members.
ARMY!
BTS's reach expands beyond music. The group joined forces with UNICEF for a campaign called Love Myself, promoting youth self-esteem, and spoke at the White House about diversity and inclusion. But BTS took a step off the world stage recently, back in South Korea to fulfill their mandatory military service. While fans wait for BTS to come together again, each member has released his own music. In July, Jungkook released a solo single, 7. It debuted at #1 on the Hot 100 list and became the fastest song in Spotify history to surpass 1 billion streams on the platform. Jungkook just released his first solo album called Golden, and he's ready to rock his debut performance on our city concert stage.
And that moment is right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Jungkook!
The universe in another time zone. It's the only time I can reverse. And there's 2 dimensions. One I'm missing. If you feel alone, you don't have to feel that no more. So if you're ready, and if you'll let me, I wanna see it in motion in 3D. You won't regret me, champagne confetti. I wanna see it in motion, in 3D. 'Cause you know the body. You and me, baby, you know that we got it. So don't go getting me started, 'cause you know I get hot. Baby, oh baby, oh baby, you're making me crazy. Rain, 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 you can't fake it. You give me brand new emotion. You got me drinking that potion. So if you're ready, and if you'll let me, I wanna see it in motion, in 3D. You won't regret me. Hey, I wanna see it in motion, in 3D. But you know what? 3D, hey. You know what? I like it. 3D. Hey, 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 hey. So if you're ready, and if you'll let me, I wanna see it in motion, in 3D. You won't regret me, champagne confetti. Hey, show me the return now. 3D. Alright, alright. Woo! You know I like it. Alright. 3D.
And things are just getting started here on our plaza. We're back with more music and dancing in a moment. But first, this is Today on NBC.
So don't go getting me started, 'cause you know I get hot. Baby, oh baby, oh baby, oh.
having a good time with global pop sensation Jungkook. He just released Golden, his debut solo album. It is already dominating the charts.
And before we get to your next song, is there anything you would like to say to all the people who are watching you at home?
Yo, hey, New York!
What's up?
I'm Jungkook. Thank you so much for coming early in the morning. You are the best. Next is my new song, Standing Next to You. Hope you enjoy it and have a golden day.
Oh, you heard
Thank
me
you.
say it, guys. Standing next to you. Take it away.
New York. Standing next to you. I play me slow. I push up on this funk and give me miracles. Making on how we left the right is something we control. You know that I'm screaming at this for this loving. I'm screaming at this for the rest of all the this time they can't deny it. They can't divide us rest of all the test of time. I promise I'll be right here. Standing in the fire next to you. Oh, it's deeper than the rain. It's deeper than the pain. But it seems like DNA. So they can take away. Hey, take, go. Standing next to you. Standing next to you. Afterglow, leave your body go and let the sun in the moon. Screaming at this to find this loving. Screaming at this to find the most of all the test of time they can't deny it. They can divide us rest of all the test of time. Hey, next to you. Next to you. You know it's deeper than the rain. It's deeper than the pain. It's deep like DNA. So they can take away. Hey, take, go. Standing next to you.
Oh!
How about that?
Jungkook! Jungkook! Wow! Don't lose a ring.
Okay.
All right.
Wow.
That was pretty epic,
That
you
was
guys.
so fun. Thank you.
You have so many fans. You have so many fans here. Hang on. Come with me. Hold on. There's a little girl. What is your name?
Lennon.
Her name is Lenny. Today is her 10th birthday. What? Ooh. She wants to turn 10 with JK.
Thank you.
What do you want to say to JK?
I love you.
I love you too.
Yeah, he loves you too. We're so happy you're here. What a sweet, sweet girl. You see him?
What a cutie.
Oh, she's crying.
Happy birthday, sweetheart.
We love you.
Thank you.
We love you. We love you. Thank you for coming to see
Just
us.
beautiful. By the way, JK's got another song coming out. Oh my gosh, they're really having a moment there. In our
Happy
more
birthday.
music. But first, your local news.
All right. That'll do it. Thank you, Lenny. Happy birthday. First, to check your local news and weather.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
This morning on the third hour of Today, heading home. Washington, D.C.'s beloved pandas are leaving the U.S. today.
It's a little bit heartbreaking to not have them here.
Inside their long journey back to China and the emotional send-off from zookeepers and panda fans. Then later, holiday shopping help. Should you pay your bills over time? What about layaway? And easy ways to save a few bucks. Plus, in our series Generation Next, a young phenom with the drive to succeed.
He can't get me out.
He hasn't missed a day. Meet the 12-year-old car lover, hoping to inspire other young people to go under the hood. And music superstar Jungkook is rocking our plaza.
I wanna see it in motion, in 3D.
And he saved his biggest hit for us today, Wednesday, November 8th, 2023.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good Wednesday morning. Welcome to the third hour of Today. I'm Al along with Chanel and Dylan. What day is it?
Good morning. Mike. What day is it, Mike? Day.
Yes. All right.
Where's Craig?
And what a morning it is.
I know.
Jungkook from the BTS has been rocking our plaza all morning long, and we've got one more song from a little bit later. It is a big one.
Harlan said earlier this morning there were people who were planning to sleep outside. They were outside 4 days ago.
Yeah, they had to send them
and they
home.
had to send them home. I mean, so some of these, the crowd was huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
Yeah.
And people who were lined up in places where there's no chance they're going to see them. But they just in case.
You can hear
them. It's loud enough.
Exactly.
You can hear them. You're in the area.
We're part of the group.
I love that. Well, we're looking forward to that. But we begin this hour with a high-stakes showdown in the state of Florida. Tonight, 5 Republican presidential candidates will take the stage for the third presidential debate. It comes on the heels of an election day that saw Democrats score some huge victories with the issue of abortion at the center of several closely watched races. People in the state of Ohio voted to guarantee abortion access, becoming the 7th state to protect abortion rights since last year's Supreme Court ruling to overturn Roe v. Wade. It was also a big day for Democrats in Kentucky and Virginia, while Mississippi's Republican governor held off his Democratic challenger.
So it sets the stage for another presidential debate tonight in Miami, and that's where Craig is live for us this morning. So, Craig, what are we looking at? What can we expect tonight down there?
Well, guys, if the first 2 debates told us anything, we can expect that this one will also be contentious at times. Also different tonight because, in that first debate you had 8 candidates. Then you had 7 candidates in the second debate. Tonight, we'll see just 5 candidates on the stage behind me roughly 11 hours from now. These are the 5 candidates. We'll put them on the screen for you in case you haven't been following closely. Of course, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis will be here, Vivek Ramaswamy, also And then Chris Christie will also be on that debate stage along with South Carolina Senator Tim Scott. They're the 5 candidates who'll be debating tonight. I want to show you the stage again just for a moment because I can tell you where the candidates will be positioned as well. And where they are positioned on stage is connected to where they are polling right now and their donors, the number of donors that they have as well. So right in the middle of, there's a live look there at the debate stage from a distance, but right in the middle tonight, the middle podium, you'll have former UN ambassador, former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley. Of course, right now, she is polling better than Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, slightly better than Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who will be to her right. And then to his right, far left, you'll have former Governor Chris Christie there on the far right, stage left. So meanwhile, 20 minutes from here, you'll have the front runner who's got about a 40-point lead, Donald Trump. For the 3rd time, he'll be counter-programming tonight's debate. Former President Trump not going to be participating once again, guys.
Greg, you got to speak with RNC Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel about that. What did she say?
You know, listen, I mean, she told me that she has personally asked the president on numerous occasions to participate in these debates. It is part of his campaign strategy. Here's more of what she said, Al.
Will the party support a nominee who has been convicted of a felony or felonies?
We're going to support the nominee that the voters choose.
No matter what. If the nominee has been sentenced to prison.
The voters get to make a decision.
No matter what. And of course, as you know, the former president right now facing more than 90 separate charges in 4 criminal cases. There is a good chance that he could be on trial during the primary season in the spring. Also, we spent some time, the chairwoman and I, we spent some time talking about the issue of abortion, a galvanizing issue. We saw it last night once again in Ohio. We saw it a few months ago in Red State, Kansas. Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel told me last night that the GOP has a messaging problem, clearly, when it comes to abortion. She expects that is something that will come up during the debate tonight as well. She also says that she hopes that the debate tonight is not as contentious as the previous 2 have been. She hopes that they spend a bit more time talking about the issues and talking about President Biden than they do going after each other, guys.
All right, Craig, thank you.
Kind of interesting that Nikki Haley is outpolling Ron DeSantis in his own home state.
See what happens tonight. And on that note, you can watch the debate live starting at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific, right here on NBC, NBC News Now, and Peacock.
Well, now to another huge story out of Washington, D.C. It's a sad morning at the Smithsonian National Zoo because the beloved pandas are officially heading home to China. They're on their way now as we speak. NBC's Tom Costello is live at the National Zoo. Tom, we were hoping maybe it wouldn't happen, but it happened.
Yeah. It did happen. Bittersweet. You know, this city, this country has absolutely fallen in love with its pandas that have been on loan from China now for so many years. This morning, we've now moved 2 of the 3 pandas. So already Mei Xiang, the female, has come out in a crate. And then she was followed by Tian Tian, the male. He also was moved in this FedEx crate. And we're now waiting for the baby, Xiao Chi. We expect him to come out any minute now. Now, they're going out to FedEx trucks here at the National Zoo. And then on those FedEx trucks, they're taken out to International Airport, Dulles International Airport, placed on a FedEx plane for a very long trip to China. They have to go to Alaska and refuel, then on to China. A lot of folks are going to be feeling a little disappointed. They thought that maybe they had a few more days to try to catch the pandas. But unfortunately, after a 5-decade program, this exchange with China is coming to an end today. For 51 years, those black and white balls of fur have been the biggest stars at the Smithsonian National Zoo in Washington. At times, it's been pandemania.
We're so excited to see the pandas.
As visitors have come from around the world to gaze, gawk, and giggle in person and on the zoo's panda cams, at the frozen birthday cakes and bamboo delicacies, to toy juggling, tree climbing, snow sliding, to cuddling a newborn.
They just look cuddly, and we just watched this little guy climb up into a tree.
Amber and Cody Potter came here on their honeymoon.
I had planned on bringing her here. She's talked about how much she loved the Smithsonian Zoo and getting to see the pandas.
There's 25-year-old Mei Xiang, 26-year-old Tian Tian, and 3-year-old Xiao Qiji.
I think pandemonium is going to break out right here at the zoo.
It was 1972 when pandas first arrived after President Nixon's historic trip to China, a diplomatic and panda conservation breakthrough. Since then, zoo visitors have met 8 pandas, including 4 cubs born in D.C. Now the 3 remaining bears are heading back to China. For weeks, they've been getting used to their travel crates. A FedEx Panda Express plane is this morning ready for the 19-hour flight. Each crate filled with in-flight dining, 80 pounds of bamboo, butternut squash, sugarcane, and pears. Animal keeper Maria Lally will make the trip with them.
Generally, the bears sleep for most of the flight, so that is what we are anticipating, but pandas have to eat for 16 hours a day.
Their return, part of an agreement signed back in 2000, though it does come amid heightened tension between the U.S. and China. But for the zoo staff, which just held an emotional 9-day farewell celebration dubbed Pandapalooza, this is the morning they've long dreaded.
I'm going to be a mess. I will be a puddle of tears on that day because I know these animals. I know them as individuals. They mean so much to me.
Laurie Thompson is the assistant curator.
We spend so much time with the pandas, holidays, and every day we're here, and so it's a little bit heartbreaking to not have them here.
As one native Washingtonian said, it feels like a family member is leaving forever. Yeah, it really does. Listen, this whole city, as we've said, has been absolutely panda crazy. All of this merchandise at the zoo's been going like crazy. Yeah, I got a few of these. I'll bring them up to you. And the whole city is just right now feeling a little sad. In fact, on the radio just a few minutes ago, some disc jockey was suggesting people block the exits. Don't let the pandas leave. So as you would expect, there's a pretty good police presence here as well. Guys, back to you.
Well, Tom, not all the pandas are gone yet, right? There's still another panda in the U.S.?
There are 2 pandas left, and they're only at the Atlanta Zoo. That's it. All the others are gone, and that agreement with the Chinese government is set to expire in Atlanta next year as well. So they also would hope for an extension, but so far nothing. Listen, the good news is this conservation program has worked. It's been amazing. They're no longer endangered. There are now 600 or so in zoos, 1,800 in the wild, and so they're really feeling good about this global conservation program that they've had.
So it's working.
Yeah,
Yes, it was
absolutely.
successful.
Tom, thanks so much. And yeah, we'll be looking for those little stuffed animals in a coffee cup in just a bit.
Thank you, Tom.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, coming up, we are breaking down all the ways to shop this holiday season. Pay later, you've seen those offers, layaway, credit cards. Which one is right for you? We'll break it down. And then we're taking our series Generation Next to the garage when we meet the 12-year-old mechanic turned social media star. We'll be right back.
We are back now with our series, Know Your Words. And as we get into the holiday shopping season, those gifts for friends and family can really add up. But there are ways to ease the burden of those costs by taking advantage of credit card and retail programs. Sharon Epperson, senior personal finance correspondent for CNBC, is here to help. Sharon, good morning.
Good morning.
Good to be
Good
here.
morning.
It's always helpful when you're here, so let's save some money before the holidays. And we're first going to talk about credit cards and some of the words we need to know.
Well, first of all, you need to understand credit card delinquencies and credit card
card debt because we now know that Americans owe over $1 trillion in credit card debt. It's an astronomical number, and it's spiked over the last year. So what you want to pay attention to is that annual percentage rate. That is the interest rate on a credit card that you're paying. It may be around 20%, could be 30, 35% on a store card. Really important to understand that annual percentage rate. And the key, as during this holiday shopping season, is try to get a card with 0% APR or annual percentage rate. That could mean you pay no interest on those purchases all the way to August of 2025.
Wow.
So that's really important. The other key thing to know is you need to pay your balance that is due on time. And if you don't, you will be charged a late fee. And that could be as much as $30, maybe even $40 for that late fee. So it's really important every month. And it's important to know that it can go up. If you miss the first one, you might be a little higher the second time. And about 1/10 of credit card holders right now are in what's called persistent debt. That means they are paying more in interest and fees than they are on the principal.
That hurts.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So Sharon, different ways to pay. I remember growing up, the Christmas Club. You know, my mom would put some money in all the time. It's a little bit different now.
Yeah. It's a little bit different now. There are a lot of different ways to pay. The key that you need to know if you're paying by credit card or you're using credit and borrowing money, do you want to pay in installments or are you going to have a revolving balance? Because many credit cards now will let you pay in installments for a certain fee versus accruing interest month over month, which is called a revolving balance. So that's something to know the difference. Do you want to do the installment plan and pay that fee, or do you want to do the regular way you use the credit card and accrue that interest? Know, though, if you miss one of those payments, that you may get charged a fee. Layaway is what I remember from growing up and getting that coat. You put the money down, and eventually you get to take the coat. Well, now you just put a little money down, take the coat, and then keep paying. That's buy now, pay later. And a lot of places are allowing you to do that. There are companies that are set up that way just to do it. Credit cards now allowing that way of payment. So buy now, pay later is another thing to watch. But again, you can get caught with a fee if you miss one of those installments.
I was just about to ask you that. So then, last but not least, people are going to shop for the holidays, right? So if they're going to do it, what's the best way to try to save? Any strategy at this point? Because we have some time still.
We have some time, and it's not too late. The first thing you need to do is set up a high-yield savings account if you don't have one already. This
now
account,
for the holidays?
Right now for the holidays.
Where do you find those?
So you can find them online. You can go to CNBC Select to look for them. You can go to many online sites to look for a high-yield savings account that can pay 5%, as much as 5% interest, 4% interest. Doesn't seem like a lot, but every extra dollar to the money you put in.
Do you have to have a minimum?
Counts. Some have a minimum, but you can find ones that have zero minimum.
And those are no
those
cost
are the ones
to you.
no cost to you. And you want to get that because the average savings rate at the regular bank is a fraction of a percent. So you're saving now to buy later. I've done this before. I give brochures or pamphlets or pictures of what the gift would be like if Mom had gotten her act together and done it by December 25th.
My mom used to do that.
The reality is I'm still paying on that, but they're going to get that gift later. We've done that with trips and things we've done as a family, and there are quick ways to save as well. So think about what you have around the house, appliances, furniture, clothes that you don't need that you can sell online. Think about what you could do from dog sitting to walking someone's dog to helping someone cater the meal for the holidays. It's something that some people don't cook that well, like
clean dishes too.
Decorating your home, something that you can do like that. But the other thing that's so important is get the family involved. Get family and friends that love your family to help you. Crowdfunding is just asking for a little bit of help to get that one big item that you want for your loved one. So that's another way to think about it. And think about the experience of being together. That's free.
That's priceless.
I like
That's
that.
right.
Amen. It's the best part.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Sharon.
For more, go to today.com and check out Sharon's free newsletter series called Money 101. And join Sharon tomorrow at the CNBC Your Money virtual event to find out more ways to maximize your finances. You can register at cnbcevents.com.
All righty. Well, coming up, our series Generation Next, the 12-year-old phenom who loves cars, espresso, and teaching other kids and adults about what's going on under your hood. Then later, from boots to blazers, some ways to elevate your fall look without sacrificing comfort. Third hour of Today will be right back. This morning, we're taking our series Generation Next to the garage because you're about to meet a young mechanic who is wise beyond his years, especially when it comes to cars. And he's hoping to inspire us and other kids to get under the hood.
I'm 12 years old and I'm obsessed with cars ever since I was not even born yet.
Giuseppe Ayatarola is 12 going on 30.
A cup of black espresso might help this situation.
Here we go again with the coffee, see? Oh, it never ends.
The preteen automotive phenom has amassed more than 200,000 followers on his Instagram channel at Giuseppe's Garage,
Giuseppe, what do you got going on here?
So here's the basics.
where he shares tips about car maintenance and repair.
When I first taken cars apart, I was probably about 6 years old, more or less. So I'm very familiar with cars being taken apart. Basically, I have the magic touch.
That magic touch is hereditary. Giuseppe's dad, Luciano, has been in the business for 31 years, opening his shop, Lucky's Auto Body, in 2008.
The industry's changing big time. Big time. So it's going to be even harder for a young kid to actually get involved with the collision work or the mechanic work.
But the Ayatarola family is hoping Giuseppe's online presence inspires a new generation of auto enthusiasts.
I see a new driver, let's say they're driving along to get a flat tire. They don't know how to change the tire. So I would like to be there to show them how, because if a 6-year-old can do it, why can't you, you know? Then you divide.
Giuseppe splits his time between homeschooling and working at the body shop. Mom Rachel helps keep that motor running smoothly. He's a straight A student, even taking high school level math.
Your trick with the 2 wrenches.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I love the shop. He can't get me out.
He hasn't missed a day.
If I have a cold, let's say if I'm sick, I'm still in here. He
I have
would
to fight with
it.
him.
Just
do
like,
something,
no, I
you know.
can't. I gotta go paint the fender, you know?
Luciano understands his son's commitment to shop time, having grown up wishing he could spend more time working on repairs.
When he came along, I figured I'm not going to do that. As long as he's doing good in school, he can come in the shop.
Giuseppe keeping up his end of the bargain and then some. Just this year, being hired by the PBS show Motor Week, the youngest host in the show's history.
He actually got one running for them.
There was a 1964 Renault Dauphine. And I'm like, I can get this running. He started laughing, you can't get this running. The whole valve train was all seized. I got everything loose. Before you know it, the car was running.
Though he's still at least 4 years away from getting his driver's license, Giuseppe learned to drive before he could even touch the pedals.
Put the seat all the way forward. I was putting a gallon of antifreeze behind him because the seat was too big, so he wouldn't slide back.
And has his first car all picked out.
Actually, he still has his first car, and that's the one I want as my first car. And he always wanted it a certain way. And he's so nice to me. Yeah. So we're gonna fix it, and that's what I want my first car to be.
What else can I expect out of a kid? He's perfect. I won't change a thing.
I can see how much he does for me. I think to myself, how do I thank him? Like, what do I do to make it up to him?
Keep doing everything you're doing, and we'll both be just fine.
Okay.
Deal?
Deal.
Deal.
That is just
that is everything. Wow.
No,
And if you could teach him to drive stick shift.
I have a feeling he could teach me a couple of things.
No, and to think that he wants his dad's first car. I wonder if my kid would want my Ford Escort.
That's right. Well, again, and I love the fact that they both have the same hairstyle.
Yeah, I love
That's
it.
perfect.
That was great.
We want to again thank the whole family for welcoming us into their garage. That was
cool.
great.
I love that. All right, coming up, who says fall clothes can't be fun too? How to add some flair to your wardrobe from head to toe. And then in Today Food, some delicious traditional Indian dishes to celebrate Diwali. We'll be right back. All right. It is officially sweater
Oh,
weather.
never mind.
What?
No, just keep
And
going.
this morning we are adding some flair to our fall outfits without sacrificing comfort and warmth. So you know him, you love him. We have celebrity fashion expert Jay Bowen. He's here with the fashion trends we should be falling for this season. Good morning to you.
Oh, that was good. I like that. What should be falling for?
I feel like we're shaking it up today. So this first look, I love it. Let's talk about
let's have
these
some fun
boots.
here. So we're talking about all things cozy in this season right now. It's getting a little freeze. It's cold outside right now. But these thigh boots, okay, I know that most ladies are like, can I really do a thigh boot? Depending on, can it fit over the thigh is always the question. Well, these are great. They're from Fashion Nova and they're less than $30.
Oh,
they're less than $30
stretchy?
and they have so much stretch around the thigh area. So for the
These are
ladies
so
that feel
cute.
that way, like, oh, I can't get it over my thigh, you absolutely can. And it has a drawstring in the back of it as well. So that makes it even more, it makes it easy to put on. But it's all stretch and a boot just kind of elevates the entire look. We got these jeans from American Eagle. There's a good pair of distressed denim that most ladies will have in their closet, or if you don't, you know where to get them now. This Skims top is just easy to kind of layer on. That'll go with everything throughout the year. And then this oversized cardigan. I mean, come on. Like, if you don't necessarily want to show your silhouette or your shape in the moment,
We love
then just
it.
throw in the oversized cardigan with it.
So does the boot, the up to the thigh, if you're short, would that would that be
Go all the
pants
way
for
up.
Chanel?
Well, you know what? You know what you can do? Just kind of, you can kind of scrunch it down a little bit.
Scrunch it a little
just
bit.
scrunch it a little bit.
Scrunchy action. And then Dylan and I were talking about this hat. Is this the new look?
This is the new look. I'm loving the hats right now. Actually, I love designing hats. So myself and my you'll see one of the hat designers in a few minutes. It's actually one of the models today that's here with us. But the hat is a really fresh hat. It kind of gives a take on like a brim and a baseball cap kind of mix between the two. So
It's like a
super
cowboy
fun.
baseball hat.
We say
I know,
yes.
right?
Wow.
So this is our cozy look number one. So now we're gonna get into.
Yes, I feel like I'm the poster child for like, this is what you wear in the fall with muted colors, but you're saying bright colors can
Bright
work.
colors, and I'm obsessed with bright colors. You know that anytime I come, I like bringing some color on the platform. So, like, look, let's get to the monochromatic look first.
Okay.
This monochromatic, this all red moment is insane. What does it do for the body? It elongates the body immediately. It immediately gives the look some luxe, and you don't even have to spend a lot of money in order for it to have that really luxurious feel. And the red hat, obviously, we threw the hat on with this look as well, just to kind of complete the look. Kept the shoes red, kept the lip red, because obviously we know that beauty and the makeup is a part of the accessory as well. So it's just really cool. We just kind of threw the jacket on top. This jacket is from ASOS. It's less than $100 as well.
Oh, wow.
And then the suit actually comes from H&M.
Oh,
Full suit, right? So a double breast suit moment. And then we'll get into Rochelle's look, which is another fun moment.
Like a fuzzy sweater thing.
It's a fuzzy sweater, but it's cozy, right? We're talking about all things cozy right now. So it's cozy and it's comfortable because ladies like to be comfortable now. Like nobody likes to be feeling tight and all that stuff. So like this is really incredible. I love the color blocking that's happening. The color blocking that's happening with the pants is like the black and white that's happening. So you don't have to do the color block by yourself. The pants already kind of come color blocked for you. You see, like on the sides, it's kind of like a little misleading. So it's a little mysterious.
Cruella de Vil thing.
Yeah, it does, right? A little fierce
Okay.
Cruella de Vil moment.
that.
And then the back just kind of helps to just draw it all together.
What about the guys? What do you got for the guys?
Oh, now let's have some fun. Let's talk about the guys. Let's get to it really fast. So, speaking of the hat designer that we were just talking about, this is one of my co-designers on the cool hats.
love the hat.
So this is Edgar, and so now let's just talk about like sweaters, right? Like the sweaters in this season. The sweater should tell a story. Like when you're going to Thanksgiving and you get into the holiday season, when you're going home with family, make sure that your sweater tells a story. Have some fun with it. This says that
What's
I'm a
the
little.
story?
It's fun. It's fun and it's cozy and it's neutral. And the storyline is that I don't take myself too serious.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I'm not boring either. You know what I mean? So
No.
sometimes we get it mixed up with like, oh, I'm just gonna kind of like
plain-
mellow out and kind of back out the scene. But it's like, no, I can be seen a little bit and still kind of like not be taking that serious. So here we are. The pants are really cool. The
Cargo
neutral
pants.
vibe. Cargo pants are in, man. Cargo pants.
Yes.
And you love cargo pants?
I love the cargo pants. My wife is always saying, don't wear the cargo pants. Jay says I can wear the cargo
You
pants.
wear the cargo pants.
So you can do cargo pants. Would you like to wear some red leather pants?
No, just these are. You can put leftovers in there.
Thank you. That
tells a story. And what's the next one?
Awesome. All right. So we were just talking about the red full leather pants, right? So
that's not
here
happening.
you go, man.
No. I saw that episode of Friends. I'm not.
So here we are with this moment. This is for the guys that are like really cutting edge, like to like step out of the box. Stepping out of the box looks like this, okay?
Wow.
So the black sweater is just kind of a little oversized moment. I love the high neck on it. And the pants are really what tells the story here. Like they're really fun, but they're fitted. They have like little buckles on the side. They come from ASOS.
Hard to get on?
They're so easy and they're all stretch.
Oh,
so they look like, oh my God, they look like they'll be like extremely uncomfortable. They're really comfortable pants.
And then you just put it with a nice black turtleneck.
And with a black, like to keep it simplistic underneath it because the jacket says a lot by
That's a
itself.
nice jacket.
Is that like overly long?
It is. It's an overlong jacket. Yeah. So like I'm 6'2", it'll probably hit me like right above the ankles almost. So
wow.
Really, really
So
great
I'd
jacket.
be dragging on the floor if I were.
It'll be your cape.
All of our models can come on out and keep us in.
Incredible
Something
job.
for everybody
Well
this
done.
morning. Jane Bolin, as always, thank you so much. You guys look great.
So nice.
Thank you so
Bring
much.
on
So
fall.
here is all the cozy vibes. So
Yes,
make sure you
tell
all
your
go out
story.
and grab these cozy looks or develop these looks out of your closet.
I love it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, coming up next in Today Food, we are cooking up some traditional dishes to celebrate the Hindu holiday of Diwali that taste as good as they look. Then later, one more song from global music superstar Jungkook. He saved his biggest hit just for us. We'll be right back. This morning in Today Food, we are celebrating the Hindu holiday of Diwali, which begins on Sunday. So here to share some traditional dishes is Chef Palak Patel. Her new cookbook, Food is Love, Plant-Based Indian-Inspired Recipes to Feel Joy and Connection, is available for pre-order now. Palak, good morning.
Good morning. How are you? Thank you for having me.
Happy Diwali, or
Happy Diwali.
Diwali,
Yeah.
okay. And I love when you introduce us to, spices I don't typically and you're going to make some traditional dishes for us.
Diwali is a holiday about light. It's about family. It's community, reset, and then food. Food, and obviously clothing.
Oh, beautiful.
We don't take any opportunities to get in our Indian garb. So this is a whole colorful holiday, and it's a beautiful reset because it gives us time to do our books, clean our house, be with family.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
And this first dish is you call it a symphony of love and tradition.
Yeah, so this is what my grandmother and my mother make. We have an assembly line, so traditions are big for the holiday. And this is kachori, so this is kind of like a fried fritter. Comes from West India, and it has two different kinds of peas. So we have green peas and then some edamame. We're gonna just pulse
we'll play like
these.
that's working.
There we go. So pulse that.
Those are regular green peas.
Yeah, and then because we can't find pigeon peas here, I just use edamame. It's a great little hack.
Is that good enough?
Yeah, and then you'll do some coconut.
That is
coconut.
Ginger.
So is this sweet or savory?
This is savory.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a lot of sweets, and then you pulse that, you get it down to this, and then all we're trying to do is evaporate some of the water. We're gonna add some cilantro and some cashews for a little crunch.
It's a completely different flavor profile for a lot of us.
And a touch of lemon juice.
Lemon
and
juice.
why don't you help stir that?
Okay. And then what are those spices?
Oh my goodness. Okay, so we have turmeric, cayenne, cinnamon, coriander, garam masala, and cumin powder.
Good job. They're all the same color. So you really nailed that.
I had a note in the back.
All right, so
great.
we'll let
And
that
then
stir that
we'll
up.
stir that up, and now we have to make the dough. So
Okay.
the dough is really easy. We're going to make a well, if you don't mind grabbing that.
Okay.
Make a well, and I'll put some water in the
Is that
center.
just flour?
Yeah, just regular AP flour. And we're going to do a little bit of oil. This kind of helps make the dough pliable. And some salt.
Yep. Okay.
And you mix it together, and look at our filling. It's kind of turned a little bit of a color.
Oh, yeah.
And it's dried out, so perfect. And then we just want to get this, yep. So you're going to pick one up.
Flatten those out.
Yeah,
So not too thin.
not too thin.
Okay.
And then you'll just take it.
And then it'll look like this.
Yep. You turn it around, pinch it.
I can see how you would do a family assembly.
Yeah, sure.
that would be
You need
fun.
a couple of hands, and then
Yeah.
you're going to drop this in 300-degree oil.
Okay.
So if you don't
What kind
mind,
of oil is that?
This is just neutral oil. You want a high heat oil, and
Okay.
then we're going to fry these low and slow.
You don't want
And
to
now-
crowd them, do you?
Yeah, no, you don't want to. Look at this.
I couldn't wait any
Yeah,
longer.
and I also have a
Go
hack.
for it.
Yeah, I also have a hack. If you don't want to go through making the dough, you can just take puff pastry, and you can put it inside. We have some pinwheels.
Oh my goodness.
And you
I
just
love it.
kind of lay.
This is so good.
Yeah.
Very, very good.
There we go. And then you
this is
just kind of
delicious.
roll.
Oh, and then you just slice them.
that's
Yes,
easy.
ma'am. Yep.
You just, how do you do that though? When you just slice them and drop them in?
Slice
same way?
them in. Ideally, you'd have more filling,
Yeah.
but this is what it looks
Now, are
like.
these baked as opposed to already fried?
Yeah,
These too?
no, you can bake them. This is the beauty because there's a lot of butter in here.
Yeah.
And
So
then what's
there you
this?
go. This is masala chai.
Ooh, my favorite.
You cannot go to anyone's house on Diwali without having tea and sweets. So masala chai and some laddus if you want to have
this
these
is-
no
what
baked
is that?
coconut laddus.
Oh.
With condensed milk and just coconut with a little salt.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
This is
My
like a
hands
hug. I know. That's the only way I can describe it. It's delicious.
Oh my gosh.
Isn't that great?
Oh my God.
Yeah, so
Coconut and
no
sweet,
bake.
not too sweet.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't
And I
even bake
put-
these?
No, I just made them like in a bowl.
Oh,
Roll them
wow.
out and put them in the fridge.
These pinwheels are fantastic.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
light.
And congrats on the cookbook.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's food has been a big part of my journey, and like I think when you want to tell somebody you love them, you cook for them.
Absolutely.
That's what we did
Your
in
love
my
language.
family. So
I love that.
Well done.
Well, this is
Thank you
delicious.
so much.
Thank you very much.
We receive your
Happy
love this
Diwali.
morning.
You do.
Thank you.
Taking it all
I feel
in.
loved.
For these recipes, head to today.com/food.
Well, we got more love for you if you love great music. One more song from one of the biggest music stars on the planet. Jungkook is rocking the plaza with his #1 hit that just broke a Spotify record. Third hour of today. I'll be right back.
This is like.
The City Concert Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
We are back on this Wednesday morning with a bona fide music superstar taking over our plaza, Jungkook.
This next song debuted at the top of the Billboard Hot 100, was just certified platinum, and broke the Spotify record for the fastest song to hit 1 billion streams.
All right, here we go. Off his new album, Golden. Here's Jungkook performing 7.
so break me up another time. You're up around me and you can feel it, and that's why night after night I'll be loving you right. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 7 days a week, every hour, every minute, every second, no night after night, loving you is 7 days a week. You love when I jump right in, all of me I'm all for it, show you what devotion is. Way back I'll take it slow, leave you with that afterglow, show you what devotion is. It's the way that we can ride, it's the way that we can ride. Think I'm meant to win another life, so break me up another time. And that's why night after night I'll be loving you right. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, week. 7 days a week. You know night after night, 7 days a week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Every hour, every minute, every second. You know night after night, loving you is 7 days a week. Getting no sleep, 7 days a week. 7 different habits I can be a vanity. Got to skip and work and meet it. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, every hour, every minute, every second, no night after night, 7 days a week. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 7 days a week. Every minute, every second, no night after night, loving you is 7 days a week.
Jungkook, thank you so much. Third hour of today, right back.
That's for night after night, I'll be loving you right. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Tomorrow on the third hour of today, the actress with that amazing superpower, Mary Lou Henner.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, actress Lauren London.
We'll see you tomorrow, everybody. Have a wonderful day.
Have a good day, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stuff with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Good morning, everybody. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
You deserve to be celebrated.
Way to go, Reynolds.
Oh, Al. Al, you're all of our heroes.
Yeah.
Y'all love Al Roker.
now I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Today we kick off the fun with actress and mom Lauren London. Plus, HGTV's Jasmine Roth shows us some easy home upgrades. And People's Sexiest Man Alive revealed. It is McDreamy, Patrick Dempsey. Why the 57-year-old star says he's always been a bridesmaid.
From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, it's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Hey, everybody, welcome in. It is November the 8th. So happy that you are here.
It's November the 8th, or also Sexiest Man Alive Day, which is, are there 2 covers?
Yes.
Wow.
2 covers. So, People magazine did a huge announcement on Kimmel last night. They made you wait. They dropped the breadcrumbs. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? So, Sexiest Man Alive is this fine
fella,
Patrick Dempsey, a.k.a. McDreamy. I mean, first of all, I think it's such a cool choice. He is 57 years old. He's been somebody who's been in the running a million times and never gotten it, right?
Yes. He even said he was shocked.
Look at this picture. I mean, look at that.
Yeah, very handsome.
Look at that.
Very shocked when he heard about the news. And he joked that he's always been the bridesmaid. Because back in 2006, he lost out to a man you may know named George Clooney. But he was on the tiny little cover. See, there he is.
There he is in the corner. Plus,
Patrick, Brad, Matt, Jamie, and 199 more guys. The following year, Matt Damon took the cover. And there he was again on Matt Damon's shoulder.
Oh my gosh. You know what? It's time he got his moment. We love his movies in general.
Yeah, and
Pat, what's your favorite? Go.
Well, my favorite is his first breakout role. It is called Can't Buy Me Love. It is a classic. See right there.
Look at him. He's like a little
From
boy.
geek to totally chic. That's what it says.
Let me tell you, though, the one that stole my heart was Sweet Home Alabama.
It's a classic.
It's a movie you can watch 1,000 times. Him and Josh Lucas are in it. I mean, he doesn't get the girl, but
no,
so
because we
what?
kind of fought for Josh Lucas.
We wanted Josh Lucas, but there's something so, you know what I love? I just saw his interviews. He's like, I told my family, I got Sexiest Man Alive, and they're like, no, really, Dad, who got it? Like, he's got that.
Humility.
Yes, he's got that.
Also, which is kind of shocking, at 57 years old, he's the second oldest People cover guy.
Who's the oldest?
Sean Connery, who was 59. But doesn't that, it shows you that, as we say around here, things get greater later. That's happening in all aspects of our culture.
I mean, The Golden Bachelor is, I think, the highest rated
Have
Bachelor.
you watched it yet?
No, have
Me
you?
neither.
Everybody's
Where have we been?
watching it. Everyone. But I feel like there's something going on where these men and women are like realizing that at this stage there's tons of chapters yet to be revealed.
So much,
so
much more to come, right?
Yeah.
And he said that I peaked many years ago, but I'm still here.
Sweeter. Everything gets sweeter. Before we move on, I have to just say hi to two of my friends.
Yes, please.
Joe and Lindsay are here. They're in that corner right there. They just came to visit.
Hi, Joe and Lindsay.
Joe and Lindsay are here. Hold on, we got to. Oh, there's Mary, my sister. Anyway, I just wanted to say hi.
Hi, Joe and Lindsay.
Isn't it nice to see Joe and Lindsay?
I love that Joe and Lindsay.
They're not a couple. They're not a couple. They're friends.
No, Joe, but they're Joe and
Lindsay. Right.
It's fine that we call them Joe and Lindsay.
Yeah, exactly.
Not everything is a couple.
Yes, people.
All right, so it's hot off the presses, y'all.
What?
It is time for
Can't wait for that.
Because the teaser for Mean Girls, the musical, which I've never seen the musical on Broadway. Did you?
I have not seen it. I love the movie, and I love Tina Fey.
Me too. Well, now they're making Mean Girl the musical the movie, and it just dropped a few minutes ago. Let's watch.
We as women have to be able to support each other.
Get in, loser.
Welcome, Katie. You're never gonna believe what I found this morning. Your burn book.
Mom, go make snacks.
For sure, Regina, yeah.
Do you like gum?
Sure.
Oh, no, I don't have any. I was just...
You're a mess.
We will help you, Caddy. Look at this thing.
I can't even see it.
Like a face breast.
Let's go. It's going to be good.
Oh my gosh, it stars Tina Fey, Jenna Fisher, John Hamm, Renee Rapp as Regina George.
Oh my gosh. This is a great cast,
It's
by
in
the way.
theaters in January, so it's not that far out. Sometimes we do those things way in advance.
Yeah. Do you remember the Mean Girls in your school?
Yes, I do.
Really?
I do. Do you?
Yeah, I do. I know. I wonder what happened to them. Like, I wonder what happens to the Mean Girls in life.
They probably feel bad. I'm sure they feel bad. Wait, you guys, there's also breaking news. Something dropped this morning that is hot, and it is the Making Space Season 4 trailer. Get out your cell phones, open up the cameras, look at that thing, which is a QR code. Scan it, and it will show you where to get this incredible podcast, Making Space Season 4. I think it seems like it's going to be the best season yet.
I feel like it is to me. I mean, this is my favorite season so far. We have such an eclectic group of people, but every person kind of surprised me.
Yeah.
You initially told me about Rainn Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
Rainn Wilson is from The Office. We thought we knew him. He's the funny guy. Ha
Totally.
ha. And then he has got a book out called Soul Boom, which is a great book. His spiritual path is so fascinating, and he's got such depth. And whenever I sit across from somebody who I think I know, I realize I know nothing about them.
Yeah.
I've read about them, I know their story, and I know zero, because you get to live one life, I get to live one life. And the life lessons that these guys have is incredible. I interviewed Nicole Avant. She's the daughter of Hollywood royalty, and her mother was shot in her Beverly Hills home at age 8 in her 80s and died. I sat across from her and I was marveling. I was like, look at her with her back straight, telling me what she's learned from this incredibly horrific incident that happened in her life, and how it made her closer with her dad. And when you are sitting across from someone like that, the possibility, like, I can't tell you, I feel like each person, if I had to hand select who I would choose in my podcast, it would be this group.
Yeah.
Maria Menounos, Erin Andrews, like the list. Melissa Etheridge is amazing. But anyway, I guess it's like if you want to go on a spiritual journey, then tune in. And I think these people will take you.
What I think is remarkable, just by watching you be part of this and do this, is that you come afterwards.
Yeah.
You sit with these people, and then the next day you're like, oh my gosh,
I can't.
You're not going to believe what I learned from this person, and it's every person you speak with.
I feel like there are breakthroughs in all of these podcasts, and I just feel like, I mean, look. When I wake up in the morning after I get going, I look at my phone, I look at what's going on in the world. I feel horrible. And I am on a journey seeking. You have to seek out the light.
Yeah.
You have to go find it. It's not going to come knocking on your door and say, hey. It's like, I am going to find the light. And this is one place where you can find it.
Oh my gosh, we need it now more than ever. Okay, so download that little QR code right there. Are you just reading them out?
No, I'm not. I just wanted to see who else was in here. Ben Affleck is one of the other
Thank you for telling me.
No, in case you're wondering. This is a big, big day.
Well,
first of all, everyone is buying your book.
Okay.
I feel like this whole chat is about us.
I know, it's embarrassing.
I didn't realize it until
it's embarrassing.
we realized
well,
it
no,
is.
we talked about Patrick Dempsey
Yeah,
too.
we did. But this is really cool because Jenna and Barbara are going to be right across the street at our NBC shop at 30 Rock.
The NBC store.
Will you show them where it is?
Where is it?
Oh,
it's right over there. It's right over there in 30 Rock. If you happen to be in New York City, come.
People are.
Come. come.
You know who's here? Joe and Lindsay.
Joe and Lindsay will come.
They're going to be at the
Joe
book signing.
and Lindsay will come.
I bet Joe and Lindsay are going to the book signing.
Can we just say, too, that I'm going to be in New Orleans
Oh, yes.
on Friday.
Yes, yes.
And I'm really excited. I am going to Garden District Bookstore, and it's an incredible little bookshop. I'll be there with my sissy at 4 p.m. Central Time, so come see me.
By the way, you're going to pack the house in New Orleans. They love them
I can't
some
wait.
Jenna Bush
And I'm
Hager.
taking my puppy.
You're taking your daughter?
I'm taking my pops.
Oh,
on
my
a little
God.
on a mommy-daughter trip.
Please go to the Garden District Bookshop and see Jenna.
Yes.
That's going to be on
And then
Friday.
also the store across the street.
The one right over there where
okay.
Joe and Lindsay will be. All right, coming up next, are you planning a getaway for the new year?
We're going to reveal the big travel trends of 2024 right after this.
Did People Magazine say why they chose him?
I don't know. Did we watch
God.
the video?
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
All right, if you're thinking about your next vacation, we have got some inspiration.
Yeah, our sponsor Expedia dropped their 2024 travel trends report just today.
Okay, first one. This is interesting. Tourism. Okay, this is about people who decide that they are going to go on tour with their favorite band.
Like to travel, and we kind of have been talking about this.
Yeah.
Because we want to go see U2 and Adele and Usher.
Right.
Which we're going to probably miss Usher because he's almost over.
I know.
But we want to go
But it's
to
like
Vegas.
planning your vacation around a
Music.
concert. I think a lot of people did that with Beyonce and with Taylor.
Yeah.
And I think they planned
By the way, we may have started this trend.
Did we?
Well, we went to Jazz Fest.
Right.
And then we did other. See, remember?
Yes, I do remember.
That's when I ate the guy's enchilada that was not mine. That's actually you're witnessing.
Oh, wait, I kind of remember because he was like, that was mine.
No, we sat down with a big table of food, and there was a man sitting there, and I ate his enchilada.
I remember, and he was like, are you
He's like,
going to
"That's
finish
mine."
it?
Yeah.
But I do think what would be cool is what if you found your favorite concerts around the country?
Yes.
And decided, like, this one's in Nashville. Let's go on let's make our vacation. Like you actually planned it. I think that's a brilliant idea.
Have you ever been to Red Rocks?
No, I'm
it's
dying to
so
go,
cool.
though.
It's so beautiful. So that's a good place to travel to for a music concert. Okay,
All right.
Next trend, set jetting. Not jet setting, set jetting.
So guess what that is?
That is traveling to the location of your favorite television series.
Or movie. So you go to the place where they shot the movie and you go, oh my gosh.
Here it was. For example,
Emily in
Paris. When I went to Paris, people were like doing an Emily in Paris tour. I didn't do it because I had my children there and I wanted to show them the Louvre, for example. But
now
other
you're
people,
being all fancy.
No, well, it's just a museum. When you take your kids to Paris, you're not going to show them the Louvre.
You have to show them the Louvre.
You have to.
Yeah, you have to.
Anyway, that will be big because of White Lotus.
Right, yeah. That Thailand is a hot spot. A lot of people are going to go to Thailand. Look at that.
I would like to go there.
Look at that.
White Lotus or no Lotus. I'd like to go there.
Have you ever been to Thailand?
No, have you?
You know what? I went once for work. I went to Phuket, which is a beautiful. It was terrible circumstances, but even in that
worst.
setting, it was an incredible. The people are
Should we try to go there? Let's manifest some stuff.
Okay.
All right. The last trend is go-cations. Trips that are planned around big life moments like milestones, birthdays, graduations.
I think people do that a lot, right? They
Very
go.
common.
It's like a big birthday or your kid, whatever it is.
I like that as a gift.
What's on your like travel bucket list?
Well, this will have to be long in the future, but I've never been in New Zealand or Australia.
Oh, yeah.
It's far away.
Yeah.
But I'd really love to go there.
Have you ever been on an African safari?
Yes, I have.
Is that?
My parents took me, talking about go-cations. We went for work when they were with PEPFAR, but then we went back when I turned 30. They
What a
took Henry,
great-
Barbara, and I. We did a little work with PEPFAR, and then we went on safari.
How was that?
It was
Yeah, I would think
incredible.
that would be really, really.
That's
really
a once in a
cool.
lifetime, amazing thing. Okay, but the last one kind of got me thinking, these go-cations. I love books. Hoda loves to read too. So wouldn't it be cool if a book club got together and went on a book club-cation?
You mean like if one of the books is set in Jamaica, you would go to?
Sure.
Jamaica.
Or how about this? There's incredible literary cities around the world.
We know what they are.
Yeah, let's talk about New Orleans. Let's talk about Key West. Hunter S. Thompson. Judy Blume has a bookstore.
Ernest Hemingway wrote in those places.
He sure did. And that's why there's cats with 5 toes. So let's see that there are. And I had one. His name was Ernie. There's cats with 5 toes. Okay, we love books clubs so much. We want to hear from you. Okay, tell us about your book club. What makes y'all special? Why should y'all travel on a go-cation somewhere?
That would be cool. All right, just go to today.com/Read with Jenna. Let us know
about your book club.
About your book club and why it
we'll
would be.
See.
We'll see what happens.
We'll see.
We can't say.
No,
but we'll
but
see.
we'll see.
We'll see. That's what our mom always said when they weren't sure and we weren't going to go.
But we will
But
see.
we will
no,
see.
maybe is a no.
All right. Coming up, guys, look who's joining our fun today.
One of Hollywood's hottest stars, Lauren London, is here. We're going to talk with her right after this. I love that you're here.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Okay.
From movies to TV shows, music videos, actress Lauren London, she can do it all.
Yeah, but off screen, she's a busy mother of 2 boys, and in her free time, she's making her mark in fashion. Lauren, we are such fans of yours.
We just literally fell in love in the 3-minute commercial break. In 5 seconds of talking, you are a bright light.
Oh, thank you.
And we could just jump right in. I feel like you're on a healing journey.
Yes.
Like some people carry around everything with them their whole life. Not you.
I'm trying not to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like after going through something really traumatic, I always say that it opens me up to everything that ever happened in my life. And so instead of being so vulnerable, I'm like cracked open. I cannot go back to who I was in the past. I have to keep going. And so, yeah, I've just been on this very intentional healing journey for 4 years now.
4 years.
4 years. Very intentional. I will say, we're always evolving and we're always some consciously and some unconsciously. But this time I'm extremely conscious about it.
Yeah, for people that don't know, you lost your partner.
Yes.
He was murdered.
Yes. Yeah.
I wonder, for those that are grieving, because the world is hurting, what have you found for you that has given you some peace?
We're going to hand you a microphone there.
Oh,
if that's
okay. With grief, it's a very isolating feeling because it is very individual, but it is so collective.
Yeah.
And I think that the more we speak about it, it gives everyone going through it, I don't want to say like hope, but not so helpless.
Yeah.
But I've learned that time doesn't necessarily heal it all, but that you can get an overstanding of things and an understanding of things and not feel so alone.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's interesting because everything comes in waves. Sometimes you think you're totally fine and then a wave comes crashing in.
Yeah.
But then you're okay again. And I think that's just sometimes the waves are more infrequent as the time goes by. And I know it's important because you're raising some beautiful children and you've got to be on solid ground
for them
to raise your young ones. So tell us about your parenting.
My parenting, I think I've been extremely open with them about just the grief process as well, as much as I can, but also I'm just extremely intentional with them and really conscious of how I'm influencing them and how I'm showing up for them. I'm more compassionate now as a mother than I was before. And I have a teenager, so I'm like doing some inner child teenage work now with myself because I want to understand him.
Yeah.
And they really keep me afloat.
Yeah. They help you.
Yeah, because I always say they deserve a healthy, happy, joyful mom, and I don't want to rob them of that experience.
What is it like parenting a 14-year-old? Because we're not there yet.
We have little kids.
Oh my God! Well, lucky you guys relish the moment. My mom used to say that it goes by quick.
It does.
It does.
Yeah.
It's like it does. I can't explain it. It's been extremely heart-opening for me because I've had to tap into my inner teenager to understand kind of what he's going through, and kind of I'm not like his controlling mom anymore. I kind of have to let him spread his.
Is that hard to do?
Yes, because I'm a control freak.
You're speaking to a lot of moms.
Speaking to us. Okay, you've been acting for 17 years. Is that right?
Oh my gosh, is that right?
I don't know. That's
what the
we've been
papers
told.
say.
But we love it.
I'm only 17 years old.
Well, you started as the Gerber baby.
Okay.
One of the things that's really cool about this stage in your life is that you look at things through a really a specific lens. Like you've said, you're not just taking roles for money. You want to do things that make you feel fulfilled. How has that changed things for you?
I say no a lot.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's...
No, I think that's good.
Okay. I say no a lot. I want to be on purpose, and I say that a lot. But I just want to be on purpose, and I do want to feel passion, and I want to feel good about what I'm doing. I don't want to just like be robotic and just do it.
I think if all of us took like our moral or just our values and standards and said every decision I make will have to be seen through that lens, which I feel like it's what you're doing, not just with your family, but also in this new business venture you have with Puma.
Yeah.
This isn't just okay, I'm going to team up with this. There's actually a purpose to it as well.
Yeah, so it's really important for me to have my intentions on the clothing that I collaborate with them. And so with the Protect Your Peace line that drops in a couple days, 11/11.
Oh, I like that. Make a wish.
By the way, Protect Your Peace.
Yes.
I love that
So
title.
that's been a mantra or, a saying I've been just kind of trying to adopt more recently. And so while we were coming up with this collaboration name, I was like, you know what? Protect your peace. I feel like that's really important right now. Just how I'm living my life. I just want to do things that are protecting my peace.
Isn't that brilliant?
So it's aligned with Puma. So
it's
what
a
is
collaboration
it?
with Puma. So it's 2 pair of shoes. This is actually one of the shoes that we're doing. I also incorporated my favorite color, purple, because purple is like royal and it just brings a calming.
But it's a beautiful purple.
Thank you.
I know it's.
And then we have a little tag that's like protect your peace. I think it's really important to just have clothing that has little affirmation on it.
Yeah.
Can just kind of remind you when the person looking at you, I could be talking to you and see it on your shirt, and okay, that's a good
reminder for everybody.
Yeah. And so it's a T-shirt that has "Protect Your Peace" on it, long sleeve. It's unisex, so it's anyone can wear this, and it's a tracksuit that's actually a honor to my late great grandmother, who also always used to wear these type of tracksuits.
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, we fell in love with you.
It was so
we
fast.
Want you to
It
come
was like
back.
love at first sight,
Love it.
wasn't
Really,
it?
was, we don't normally fall in love this quickly.
Really? Well, we have some work to do because
Yes, we do.
We're all
gonna
in.
talk after.
We're
It's
all
gonna
in.
be good. Coming up next. Thank you again,
Thank you.
Lauren. Could your home use a refresh?
Yeah, HGTV's Jasmine Roth helps you elevate your furniture with some DIY ideas right after this. Love you. Lauren,
Welcome to today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back, here we go.
Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda. Happy birthday! We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
Hi. All right. Have you guys ever think that you want to give your home a refresh, but then you're like, what should I do? I put it on the back burner, and now you've decided to finally do it?
Okay, if you're nodding your head yes, we are going to get you started today with the help of this wonderful person, Jasmine Roth. You can find Jasmine breathing brand new life into old homes. The HGTV series Help, I Wrecked My House.
Okay, we're not good at DIY.
Hi. First of all, we're so happy to see you.
I know, in person.
You
This is
too.
so great.
I know. Usually we're on Zoom,
Yes.
but we're just happy you're here.
Okay,
Come back,
let's
come
come
down
over
here.
here.
Okay.
So we're not great at DIY, but you've done something really cool. You've created these old wooden bookcases, and you've made them fab. Tell us how.
Okay, so this is just a box bookshelf. I know all of us
We
have had
all
this.
have that,
Yeah,
yes.
right? At
I have
one
one.
point or another,
Yeah.
we've had
White
this.
and scraped up.
But
Yes.
imagine if it could look like this.
Oh my gosh.
Because how much nicer is it to have all that clutter hidden and put away?
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
So how did you do that?
Okay,
Even
so
for a closet, by the way.
yeah, and this, I mean, if you've watched my show, I'm sure you've seen that I use this punched metal for a lot of different applications, but this is one that I'm absolutely loving right now.
So pretty.
So if you have a bookshelf like this in your house, I'm going to walk you
Show
through
us.
the steps.
Okay.
So it's a little bit involved in the sense that this bookcase didn't already have doors. If you had a cabinet that already had doors,
Yeah,
you could
super
totally
easy,
do that.
right?
Yeah, so this is the punched metal. How fun.
And it comes in all different patterns.
And where do you get it?
This is just
Anywhere?
from the hardware
Oh,
store. It
okay,
comes in
hardware
different
store.
sizes.
Got it.
If it wasn't the size you already need, you
Got
use
it.
hardcore scissors.
Okay.
Don't
cut
let
it.
children use it.
Okay.
No, it's not for kids. But basically what we did is we created this amazing here. I'm going to need a little bit of help here, okay?
We can do it.
So we're going
We think.
to
Do you want my help?
have, if you can,
don't
help
use
me.
that.
Oh, yeah, you get to use that.
See, I do.
Oh,
So
you do?
this is called a pocket jig. And so you can pre-drill your holes. You just take pieces of wood. Now, I need you to clamp this
Where's
so
your
that
clamping?
it actually is going to be
How do I clamp
square.
it?
You're going to come from this way over
See,
here.
over
And I
here?
clamp this down.
Wait, not on my,
Nope,
not on my
your-
nails.
right there, right on that seam.
Go, hit it on the
Hit
seam.
it.
On the seam.
I'm doing it.
Go.
You did it.
That's
Okay,
it.
Now what am I doing?
Oh, I
now
get
am I
it.
doing this?
Yep, and now you're going to
Wait,
screw
don't do
these
your
screws.
finger, Hoda.
Watch your fingers.
I got it. I got it.
Oh my gosh.
Just don't worry about me.
Move her finger.
You did it.
No,
did it.
The other one. This
You're
is
Get it in the
handy.
thing first. Yep, there we go.
Whoa.
Whoa.
I
Fast
got
and
it.
furious.
Simple.
Wow.
Wait, let me get that one. Wasn't all the way in. Okay.
Okay, this was great. Okay, so it could go in a little bit further, and once it does, you'd use a little bit of wood glue and these clever little
Wait,
plugs.
what are you doing? You're covering it up?
These. Yeah, because see on this side how they're all covered.
pretty. Okay,
So they
cute.
just like pop right in.
Okay.
And they cover it up, and
Okay.
then we're not going to do the whole thing right now.
No,
Sand
we're
it.
not. Okay.
And basically, what you've created
is a door.
It's a door frame.
How fab,
right?
And now, how do you glue this thing down?
Okay, so then there's a couple different ways you could do it. You could screw it in.
What-
we're not
what
going to build the
lasts
whole
the
thing.
longest? We're not,
right.
So it just depends, but the nicest way to do it is when you use just a little strip of wood and you just kind of put it in there to hold it.
Awesome.
All right, let's move on
And then
to
you
the
have the
next
straight
one.
thing.
Now,
Yeah.
okay,
Love it.
metal shelves you can buy at wherever, Home Depot, Container Store. But you have used these metal shelves to make these beautiful wooden shelves.
We all have these in our house, right?
Yes.
These builder grade
They look
shelves.
just like this.
So all you need is a piece of finished grade plywood. You get this at any hardware store. Fun fact, you can go to the hardware store and they'll cut the wood for you.
They will?
Yes, any
You
size.
just ask them?
Yes. When I found that out, my whole world opened up.
Yes,
Seriously,
girl.
this is great.
Okay.
So basically what we've done is we've taken that piece, we used the same process that we used on this one, and we built this shelf. And watch this.
Wait, let's see.
You just put it right
Girl,
on top?
No, you
Right?
don't. No, you don't.
Yep, just like that. And we're in on this.
Yes.
Wow,
And you click it down?
So this is great for renters because you could take these with you to place to place. I mean, it really
By the way, it
elevates.
changes everything.
It sure does.
We know why your show's a hit.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're
no,
so
sweet.
talented. You make DIY fun and easy.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of
Coming up
course.
next, y'all, those holiday parties are fast approaching.
We're going to show you how to step up the glam with makeup by Mario coming up right after this.
This is amazing.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. What's shaking eggs and bacon?
Hold on, I'm just gonna say it.
What?
Badass.
Oh, thank you. So do you think you'll act forever? Boom. We're going to have lots of fun this morning.
Tis the season for getting glammed up. So we're going to show you how to add a little shimmer and glimmer to your holiday makeup.
And who better to do that than the man who has created looks for stars like Kim K, Salma Hayek, the founder of Makeup by Mario Devonick.
Yes, Ivanovic.
Devanovic.
The best. By the way, I was riding through Midtown Manhattan, and there was a huge poster of you on a big bus, a big Mario head, and I thought to myself, this man, you really have just, your whole life has changed recently, hasn't it?
Thank you so much. Yeah, it really has. Thank you so
What
much.
was it like to see yourself on the side of a bus?
Believe it or not, I have yet to see one.
Oh, well,
but I have lots of photos.
They are everywhere. All right, let's talk about this look. This is the most beautiful eye palette, by the way. We've got our model Kenji wearing it. Tell us how you make her eyes pop.
Yeah, so the easiest thing for the holidays is just to add a little bit of sparkle or shimmer. And how you can do that is I like to use a sheer transparent sparkle. Basically, that means that it has just a little bit of an undertone, not too much pigment. Just close your eyes for me. And you just gotta kind of do a quick wash over the eye like that. And you still can see your shadow underneath and also your skin tone underneath. So it's
you
not very
do a
heavy.
little shadow first.
Pop.
Just a tiny pop. You can also just use your fingers. And this is the easiest way to just amp up any look.
Okay,
for the
and this is for a party, but it's also for, you can do that for work,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, it feels like this time of year is when you bring out the sparkle.
It's very trendy right now.
And
it
where
works
else are you
beautifully
putting
for
it? Oh,
holidays.
right there.
So I'm just putting it all
With
over
your
the
finger.
eyelid, just with the finger. It's the easiest
See?
thing and the easiest way to just
I
amp
use my
up and
finger.
elevate
You
any
do?
look.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm like Mario.
Thank you. Thank you so
You're
much,
beautiful,
Kenji.
Kenji. Okay, our next model is Angela.
Yes.
What's in with lips right now?
Okay, so wine lips are trending right now.
Wine.
But what
Wine.
I like to do, because sometimes those can be
Oxblood.
intimidating, I like to just take it directly from the tube and just sort of start applying it directly from the tube. And then you want to kind of blend it in. You don't want to go too sharp on the edges. And this
Pretty.
just kind of gives you the effect of like a stained lip after you drink wine.
Tapping it, yeah.
So just tapping it, and then you can use your finger to just kind of blend it in, or a brush. And so I'm just going to use a little brush over here.
Okay.
And you just want to apply that. So it looks like a stain. It's not like a heavy red wine lip. Yes, right.
So is that the color of the
so
season?
Merlot.
This is like one of the trending colors of the season, and it really works great on all skin tones as well. And then you can just add a tiny bit of a little bit
A gloss.
of a gloss.
Oh, I love your glosses.
Yes.
Me too. Your
Those
glosses are our
crazy.
favorite.
So this will just kind of pump it up a little bit, and it's so easy to wear, so easy to use, and it lasts very long as well.
That's important too. It doesn't come off.
Yeah, because she's
quickly
going
or
out for a
easily.
holiday party.
Yeah.
Yes.
So she wants to
It's
keep
really
it on,
pretty.
right,
It's
Angela?
great for the holidays.
Beautiful.
Pretty.
Yeah.
Looks beautiful.
Beautiful. You look
All
great.
right, let's go. Let's talk skin. We've got our model Debbie with us. If you want, hi Debbie. If
Hi,
you want
Debbie.
something luminous and bright and shiny.
Yeah, so typically when you set the face, you have to use several products. I like to use a product that has everything in one. So basically it's bronzer, it's highlighter, and it's...
Ooh, that's
what
so
are you
nice.
talking about?
Yeah, and all you have to do is just add a little bit of warmth and luminosity to the skin. But my favorite thing that I love to do is I like to use a clear emollient product. And if
What
you
is-
really want to add
wait.
a luminous natural glow, you just tap it right onto the cheekbones. And so when the face moves, it looks like the most alluring, radiant glow on the skin.
what is
What is
that?
that product you're talking about?
This is called Master Secret Glow. It's makeup
And it just
Mario.
gives a little glow. It just gives a little pop of.
Yeah, so you can see when the skin moves, it adds a beautiful, radiant glow to the skin.
Yeah, her skin is beautiful.
Yeah, and you can also use this on the eyelids. You can use this on the lips as well. Anywhere that you would like to add
A little
Wow, look
pop.
at that.
All it takes is just that little dab.
Yeah.
That seems like an incredible product, and I also like this. How to look.
I know.
Yes,
All
it
the
has-
things in one.
all three in one. So
We
you,
love
you
an
cut down the
all-in-one.
process.
And does it work for all skin tones, that?
Yes, it comes in several different shades. I'm also applying this right on the eyelid. It just adds a little bit of a glow to the eyelids as
You're
well.
so
Beautiful.
good. Mario, we
Mario.
are so happy for you. All of your success, so
Thank
well
you.
deserved.
Thank
We
you.
just, we love you.
Yeah, Mario's makeup is incredible. Y'all look for
Thank
it.
you.
Coming
Coming up next, the category is
fun. We are playing one of our favorite trivia games, and one of our Plaza fans could win big right after this.
Thank you.
You really are. I mean, I can't.
Good morning, everybody. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
You deserve to be celebrated.
Way to go, Reynolds.
Oh, Al. Al, you're all of our heroes. Y'all love Al Roker. All right, we love to end the show with a fun game, so it's time to play
Categories.
All right.
Here to host is our associate producer,
Ben
And also,
Bass.
the creator of this game.
Yeah.
Ben Bass.
Go, Ben.
Hey, should we play some categories?
Yes, let's do it.
Awesome. So today, you two are playing for Alice Lim. She is from Brooklyn, New York. So each round, you two get to work
Come on,
together,
Alice.
which is part of the fun of the game. You'll see a list of names along with a category. So you'll have to figure out which 5 names fit into the category. But there are 3 names that don't belong. So if you get 3 strikes, you're out and you lose the round. So this first round, you'll be seeing if Alice gets to take home one of our big ticket items.
Come on, Alice.
A
We'll
new
do
Hoda
it.
and Jenna
We're gonna do
mug.
it
Those
for
mugs
Alice.
are hot.
No,
Those
They
mugs
are major sellers.
Are they
get
not?
them.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
look how shiny and cute they are.
Okay,
Okay.
we're ready.
So let's get our 8 names on the board. Your first category, this should be a good one for you. Artists with Vegas residencies in 2023.
Oh,
So
Okay.
this year.
Usher.
Yes,
Adele.
correct.
Right.
Adele is correct.
Kylie Minogue.
Kylie Minogue's
Yep,
correct.
I know that.
You got
And then
that?
I think Lady Gaga.
Lady Gaga.
Yep, that's correct. Just need
need
one
one
more
more.
correct answer.
Oh, Guns N' Roses. I don't think so. What's next?
Is it Miley? Miley Cyrus.
Ooh, Miley
Okay,
Cyrus.
that's only one.
Correct.
Don't worry.
Guns N' Roses.
No. So you need
Okay.
5 correct answers.
Maroon 5.
That's correct. Yep, you got it.
Okay.
Alice, you're going
Scary.
home with a
Scary.
gentleman.
Alice, we just skimmed the trees
We
there.
were
We're going to
scared for
get
a
you on the
minute,
next
but
one.
We
Let's
got
go.
there. So this next round, you're going to be playing for Jenna and her sister Barbara's new book, Love's Comes.
Oh, we got to get
First.
Love's Comes
And
First.
I don't know, Jenna, would
I'll
you
sign
it?
Yes, Alice, I'm signing it for you,
All
and
right.
you'll get it no matter what.
Okay, good.
Cool.
I like that.
So let's get our 8 names on the board. This category is Crayola colors.
Oh, no, come
so
on.
5 of these are real Crayola colors. 3 are made up.
Okay, can we see him again?
There they
Okay,
are.
wait. Okay.
5 are real. Hold on, we need to
Wait,
think.
hold
5
on.
are real.
Okay. I'm going to go with Cerulean.
Cerulean's
Yep,
correct. Made
that's
famous
one.
by Devil Wears Prada.
Of
Okay,
course.
I think I'm pretty sure Unmellow Yellow is one.
Unmellow Yellow is
Good
correct.
girl,
Yep.
that was close. I'm going to go with Suddenly Seafoam. Yeah,
Suddenly
definitely.
Seafoam is made
Dang
up.
it.
I'm sorry, no.
Okay,
No, Beautiful.
try it.
Beautiful.
Yep, Beautiful's
Good.
correct. You got it. 3 correct. Just need-
Razzmatazz. Razzmatazz.
Razzmatazz is correct. Just need one more correct answer.
It's not taupe. It's not taupe.
Is
It's
it
not
neon
Saturday
carrot?
night. Maybe neon carrot. No.
I think we should go
Okay.
Saturday night. Saturday Night Moms. Dang it. One
All
last
right,
one.
so-
Skim the tree. Skim the tree.
All right,
Eeny, meeny,
you're
miny,
close.
mo. Catch a tiger by its toe. If it hollers, let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. My mom told me pick the very best one, and you are not. Neon carrot.
You got it.
Yes.
That's correct.
Thank you to that old rhyme.
I have
I'd like to
never
thank
seen Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo work, but you know,
It did. It did. Let's go.
All right, last category, biggest prize, Hoda and Jenna swag bag.
We got it.
So let's
getting
get
it.
our 8 names.
Come on,
the
Alice.
board.
Come on, Alice.
Your category is celebrity memoirs. So 5 of these are real, 3 we made up. So which of these are real
Okay, we need
memoirs?
to take a second.
Hang on.
We're gonna need more
Okay,
wine.
I'm no philosopher, but I got thoughts.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's correct as
Yeah.
well. That's Kristen Chenoweth.
Okay.
Just need 3 more.
The tea is served in other puppy and hot dishes.
Ooh, unfortunately we made
Skywalking on Sunshine, the Mark Hamill story.
No,
No,
Okay,
no.
it's okay.
Okay, the girl with the lower back tattoo.
Yes, that is
Okay, wait.
correct. That's
Oh,
Amy
jeez,
Schumer.
we're right there.
Wait, how many?
It's not my publicist.
You need 2 more correct answers.
Is everyone hanging out without me?
Yep, that's Mindy Kaling's. Just need one more.
We need that one. My life is a humble comedy legend.
It's got to be.
My life is a humble comedy legend.
Yeah, that's Martin Short. You got it.
We won all 3.
And that means we swept for Alice, so she's
We
going away
swept.
with all 3 prizes.
Wait, Alice, we love you.
We love you, and we really needed this for ourselves. I'll tell you
Yeah.
why. We've lost the last couple categories.
Yeah.
It's been painful.
But
It's been tricky.
We swept it.
but we
That is
swept
the
it.
fun of the game of categories.
Thank you,
They're ups
Ben
and downs.
Bass.
Ben, you're awesome, and Alice, you'll be getting all those wonderful prizes.
We'll be back right after this, guys.
Thank you, Ben.
Mark, guess what? Jenna's sister Barbara is our guest
I
co-host.
know, that will be so much fun. Speaking of sisters, we've got the WNBA's Nneka and Chiney Ogwumike.
That's going to be great. Plus, sweet treats from sibling bakers Robbie and Rima Patel.
Doesn't that sound fun? Okay, you guys, you're in the middle of the week. Things are just rolling into the weekend. Rolling in. Okay.
With coastline that stretches for more than 60 miles, South Carolina's Grand Strand is home to some of America's most beautiful beaches. Here in Myrtle Beach, family-friendly activities, energetic nightlife, and natural attractions have made this place a tourist hotspot for decades. As a beach town, seafood's a real star of the show here, from crispy fried fish to creative daily specials. And of course, Carolina classics like shrimp and grits. I'm here to savor every last bite of this city's freshest catch. Let's dive in. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Fresh seafood has been a big draw to Myrtle Beach since the late 19th century, according to historian Becky Billingsley.
They would have these huge nets out there on the beach that took like 20 people to grab the nets and pull them in. Then they had these little fish shacks set up on the beach where they could fry the fish. And so you could also get a fish dinner right there on the beach.
Today, Myrtle Beach welcomes over 19 million tourists each year, and its food scene has evolved from simple beach shacks to more than 2,000 restaurants, feeding all those hungry visitors. So even if fishing isn't your thing, there are plenty of ways to enjoy Carolina's freshest catch. Murrells Inlet is a charming fishing town just 25 minutes from downtown Myrtle Beach. This quaint area is actually known as the seafood capital of South Carolina. I'm at Seven Seas Market, a community favorite that's known for its impressive variety of local fish. Each day, the fishermen here are hauling in everything from shrimp to grouper, mahi-mahi, and more. Some might say it's shrimply the best.
Hey, Al.
Hey there.
How you doing?
Chris Conklin has been running this place for 15 years.
We're able to source the finest fresh local seafood known to man with our own fishermen and our own boats.
His son Christopher, already a seafood fan, often coming to help out. Bingo, I see who's going to be taking over the business. Seven Seas was founded by Chris's dad, Phil Conklin, in 1985.
So this is a giant bluefin tuna. There's Phil, my dad.
Phil was an engine man in the Navy, later becoming an avid sports fisher. After a visit to Murrells Inlet, he fell in love with the marsh's bountiful catch and was inspired by local markets that caught and sold their own seafood.
We own 6 of our own boats now that fish for the snapper and grouper, and we have 2 shrimping boats as well.
Murrells Inlet has a long history of commercial fishing. Until the mid-20th century, slaves and black Americans who harvested fish here were known as creek boys. Following the Civil War, it became a paying job for any skilled fisherman.
And they were young men who would have several families that they caught seafood for.
The area's unique geography lends itself to a wide variety of fish and shellfish.
So that inlet in between the ocean and the land is an interesting mix of brackish and fresh water. And that's where we get our oysters and clams and crabs and really unique, fresh, not too salty, but just salty enough.
Today, Murrells Inlet is a hotspot for nightlife with plenty of restaurants and bars, but few seafood markets remaining. Seven Seas is one of the last places still catching and selling its own fish.
How we doing? Hey, fellas. What's going on? Hi. Have a good trip? Nice.
For Chris, a passion for seafood started as a kid. At 12 years old, he got his first fishing boat. On the weekends, catching flounder to sell at Seven Seas. He joined his dad full-time after college.
We were like best friends, you know. We'd work all day, sweat, blood, tears, whatever.
In the early 2000s, Chris's best childhood friend, Henry Ford, joined the business.
We did a bunch of hunting and fishing together. Chris is like a brother to me.
Henry soon became like a member of the family. The trio worked together until Phil's passing in 2018.
It was a huge loss, but you just gotta pick your chin up and keep on.
Henry taking on more responsibilities. Today, he's a co-owner at Seven Seas.
So the art to a very good fish display is to make them look like they're all swimming.
The market offering up to a dozen local seafood options, from red snapper, bluefin tuna, to grouper, flounder, oysters, and of course, shrimp. They also bring in seafood from all across the country. Under Chris, they've expanded beyond retail, supplying several fine dining establishments across the city.
How about this good-looking seafood we brought you?
Chris is proud carrying on his father's fishing legacy.
A lot of customers, they hold us near and dear to their heart, and they like to brag, so I enjoy being people's seafood guy.
Time to see the seafood guy in action. Seven Seas processing thousands of pounds of fish and shrimp daily. I helped unload the market's latest catch, South Carolina white shrimp.
Take it right up there to the scale.
All right, here we go. On a good week, how many pounds will you sell of these?
1,000 pounds a day in the summertime.
1,000 pounds a day?
Just shrimp, yes, sir.
The shrimp gets covered in a layer of ice. The final step? A lesson from Chris and Henry in the fine art of cleaning and deheading shrimp.
What we do is we pick the shrimp up like this. And every shrimp you touch, you have to pinch it.
Why?
Right? To pinch the head off, right?
Oh. The shrimp get organized into 3 sizes, medium, large, and extra large. What makes South Carolina shrimp special?
They come from really clean water. We don't have a lot of mud. They're much sweeter.
Can you taste a shrimp and tell whether it's come from South Carolina or not?
100% I can, yes, sir.
Wow. How about you, Henry?
Yeah, absolutely.
Coming up, I get a taste of South Carolina's famous shrimp. After prepping a mountain of shrimp at Seven Seas Market, I couldn't wait for a taste of this fresh catch. Co-owner Henry Ford whipping up a spread of local shellfish steamed to perfection with their house blend of spices.
And I've even got some stone crab claws. Chris and I went and caught yesterday.
Oh, this is great. So, do you ever get tired of seafood?
Absolutely not. Not at all. I could eat seafood every day if I could.
Seven Seas also sells several house-made specialties, many crafted by Henry, including a smoky fish dip and a Carolina favorite, she crab soup. What is she crab soup?
It's crab meat, and it's a cream-based soup.
Oh, wow.
And we sell out of it every day.
Woohoo!
Oh, yes, sir.
I can see why. Just being surrounded by seafood all day isn't enough for these two. They find time every week to hop on a boat and reel in a catch together. So when you guys, Henry, are out on the boat fishing, what's it like?
Oh man, it's actually, after being at work all week, it's actually heaven on earth to get out there.
Chris, how important is it to continue this legacy of South Carolina seafood?
We're like the last of the Mohicans. It's a lot easier to get seafood from other places, other countries. We go through all the trouble of having our own boats and trying to perpetuate what little bit is left of the South Carolina seafood industry. That's why we stay so busy.
Well, I got to tell you, this is some of the best shrimp I've ever had. Yep. Oh, man, this is great shrimp.
Oh yeah, it's good. You know what? For all your hard work today, after this lovely meal, we filled your belly. I want to give that to you as a gift from Chris and I, saying thank you.
Well, thank you.
Yes, sir. You're part of the crew now, Al.
All right. Aye, aye, Captain.
My definition of soul food is food that is made with love and care. My mom used to always tell me, son, don't never make anything or never sell anything that you wouldn't eat. So that's my definition of soul food.
Word has it, if you're looking for some real soul food in Myrtle Beach, Big Mike's has the best soul food in town. Born and raised in Myrtle Beach, owner Mike Chestnut is a well-known member of this community, bringing people together with recipes from his mom's kitchen for over a decade.
Just like from Mama's house. And I'm like, man, this is delicious. I can't think of any soul food restaurant that I go to that is better than this.
Time to meet Big Mike. Nice
Welcome
to
to Big
see
Mike's.
you.
Yes,
Mike.
sir. Good to
I'm
see you.
Al. All right.
Yes,
So
sir.
you guys all work here, right?
Yes, sir. Yep.
From Big Mike to Little Lennox, Big Mike's Soul Food isn't just family owned. You got all family from top to bottom.
My wife, Maxine, she worked here. And then also my oldest son, Michael, and my youngest son, Marcus, and my daughter, Michaela.
It's the whole family. I mean, it's a family reunion.
The whole
almost
ball of
every day.
wax. Yes, sir.
Mike Chestnut, AKA Big Mike, has spent his entire life in Myrtle Beach, and he's become a well-known figure about town.
He's always willing to give a hand to anybody who needs it, and he also takes pride in his work.
Since I grew up here, I just want to feel like I'm giving back to the community. Serve as a deacon at our church and city councilman, involved in A lot of other organizations, whether it's the NAACP or American Culinary Federation. And then the restaurant, that's my true love, I'll be honest with you.
Where'd your love of food come from?
I would got to say it's from my mom. She could get in the kitchen at 7 o'clock in the morning and just had fun at what she was doing.
Big Mike's mom, Rosalie Chestnut, worked in many restaurants in the area as a cook. With her encouragement, her son's kitchen career began at just 12 years old as a dishwasher. But it didn't take long for his diligence and talent to shine through.
The chef that was there, he just saw something in me, and I remember he went to the general manager and said, hey, I want Mike to come back and prep with me.
Mike worked the line at a country-style restaurant while going to school for not one, but 2 culinary programs. For nearly 20 years, Mike rose in the kitchen ranks, but he always dreamed of owning his own business. Mike soon found the answer to his prayers in a familiar spot.
We saw this building, it was ready, and time was right. The high school used to be in the shopping center across the street, and we would actually jump the fence and come over here and eat lunch and go back. But who would ever thought that 40 years later we end up buying the place?
Sadly, Mike's mother passing away before she could see him fulfill his dream. What do you think she would think of this place?
I think she would be proud of us to say you're trying to do something to keep the family together and also provide a living and feed the family.
What's the best advice she gave you?
People always eat with their eyes, so if it looks good, it's going to be good.
Oh man, does this look good. Sweet yams, mac and cheese, fried chicken, collard greens. Those are just a few of Big Mike's soul food specialties.
Seafood basket, catfish with fries.
Obviously, seafood is a big deal.
Yes, sir.
Here. What do you do seafood-wise?
We do fried whiting, and then we do catfish.
Serving up seafood is a sure way to catch diners' attention here in Myrtle Beach. Big Mike's Soul Food carries on a culinary legacy that's steeped in history. The term soul food was coined in the 1960s as a source of pride for many African Americans. But the cooking tradition has evolved over centuries and continents.
African Americans, when they were forced to live here, they had to do what they had to do. So they incorporated what we had here into the taste they had there, and they incorporated their master's taste too. So it all merged together to be a French, English, Scottish, Dutch, African American, Native American melting pot of flavors.
Soul food restaurants began popping up all over the United States as Black Americans migrated from the rural South, many becoming integral to their local communities. Is it important to have a Black-owned restaurant?
No question.
As part of the food scene?
Yes, sir. It lets the community know, hey, if Mike can do it, I can do it. Because I tell people, you know, I grew up in a little area outside the city called Race Path. A lot of drugs, a lot of crime, and who would ever thought that we would be able to open up a restaurant in the heart of Myrtle Beach.
I couldn't wait to get into the heart of this restaurant, the kitchen.
We're gonna do a Big Mike special today, meat and 3.
A signature meal of the South, meat plus 3 sides that is, started popping up in urban diners in the early 1900s.
We're gonna do some fish, we're gonna do some hush puppies and some coleslaw and some mac and cheese.
All right, let's get started.
All right, well, we're gonna start with some hush puppies over here.
Hush puppies, made from cornmeal batter, can be sweet or savory.
We probably go through a couple hundred of them, and we do them all by hand. Let them cook for a little minute.
All right.
And then we're gonna come back over and do the fish.
All right.
My fish is going in cornmeal batter, and we add a little bit of extra seasoning to this.
That little special thing?
Special season that we make up there. It's nice, light batter on it.
Right. With our fish and first side in the fryers, Mike whips up some coleslaw.
Okay.
Starting with all the usual fixings, cabbage, mayo, vinegar. But Big Mike has another secret ingredient up his sleeve.
Some people don't put relish in it, but I put relish in mine.
Relish? Oh, that's good.
And the sweetness of the relish.
And that relish, I would have never thought of adding relish. And with our fish a golden brown, hush puppies fried to perfection, and coleslaw ready to serve, time for the third side, mac and cheese. Just how his mama made it.
There we go, Ooh. Big Mike special.
Oh my gosh.
Gotta hit the spot.
I mean, it's so light.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Not a heavily breaded fish. And I'm a huge hush puppy.
Okay.
Got this sweetness to it.
Yes, sir.
That is about as good as it gets.
All right.
Wow. Wow is right. I haven't had flaky fish like this since I was a kid back in St. Albans, Queens. I clean my plate, just like everybody else who walks through the doors here.
I just want to leave something for my grandkids and kids to say, hey, this is a family thing and we want to keep it going.
Just a stone's throw from the shore is Myrtle Beach's Arts and Innovation District. Winna's Kitchen is one of the newest restaurants in this part of town. Here, Chef Jess Sagan is delighting tourists and locals alike with her elevated brunch staples. She's also on a mission to give back to the community, extending a helping hand with warm meals to those in need. Hey, Al, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, so glad to be here. And what's going on here? It seems like there's a lot of cool kids hanging out here.
These are our grandchildren. My daughter Kenzie and her 5 kids.
Now, you usually don't find kids studying at a restaurant, but here at Winna's Kitchen, owner Jess Sagan loves keeping her family close by. So close, in fact, that all 5 of her grandchildren are homeschooled right here in the basement. So there's always time for a bit of family fun.
I want to rock right now.
I'm Rob Bass and I can't get down. I'm not into that.
Jess's daughter, Kinsey, doesn't just teach here. She's also the co-owner and deeply invested in the heart and soul of this culinary adventure.
I'm the brains and she's the brawn, but she's also the brains. I do a lot of the creative elements of the menu, but the day-to-day kitchen line restaurant is Kinsey.
Even the name of the place is a nod to family.
My mom's name was Linda. Her nickname was Winna. And when my mom passed away, she had a lot of regrets. And I knew that opening a restaurant was something that I would have a regret about if we didn't give it a shot. It was pursuing a dream, but also investing in a community that we believed in.
At Winna's Kitchen, those facing homelessness are able to enjoy a meal totally free of charge.
We say this all the time. We didn't open a 30-seat restaurant to make a lot of money. We opened a 30-seat restaurant to make an impact.
And how do you do that?
Our patrons can pay $5 and they'll either hang a card, it'll say number 1, and we'll feed somebody for it, or they can take that card with them, and if they see somebody out on the street that they think needs it, they can give it to them. But our goal is to kind of restore dignity to people. They get to sit down at a table or the bar and be served.
It's a calling that stems from her own journey. There was a point in your life where things were pretty tough.
In my mid to late 20s, I took a leave of sanity, I say. I just checked out, and I ended up making some really bad choices that led me into a place of addiction and ultimately homelessness. Then I ended up going to live at the rehab program for homeless people, and I completed that program, and almost 6 years later, here we are.
In rehab, Jess met her future husband, Walt, a volunteer from a local church program. Back on her feet, she devoted her professional life to her faith, serving as a worship pastor for 2 decades. What led you to opening up a restaurant?
It is the food. We love to eat, y'all.
Jess and Kinsey got their start in the food world by catering benefits for a local nonprofit. After a string of successful dinners, they took the plunge, opening Winna's Kitchen in 2021. The first item on their menu? The free #1 special.
So what about for the folks who come in who need that meal? What's their reaction?
The #1 reaction we get is they are so hesitant to let us serve them. We often have people, they're like, hey, do you need help with the dishes? And I'm like, no, you're a patron.
Jess doesn't stop at serving free meals. She's given many a second chance, employing people who have faced addiction or homelessness.
Not a lot of restaurants give back to the community. How did that evolve?
So there's this passage of scripture, when you invite people to your house for a meal, invite the lowly in. And I would say it's easy to do nice things for people who are going to do nice things for you. But the real gift in the kingdom for us is doing things for people who can't do anything for you, and showing up for people who can't show up back, and loving people who might not ever love you back or even appreciate you back. That's really investing in people, and that's who we want to be.
I mean, it's like dignity's on the menu.
It is. Dignity is on the menu.
Kinsey is just as passionate about her mother's mission.
I'm so proud of my mom.
You're doing great, sweetie. I love you.
She has experienced such a hard life, and her attitude, her ability to overcome is just, I think most people would just lay down and give up, and it just drives her to do more and be more.
She teaches her kids at Winna's so they can learn from their grandma's compassion on a daily basis.
She is nice to everyone, and she's independent at the same time.
The legacy my mom will give us is not this building, it's how she taught us to treat each other, how she teaches us to interact with each other.
In addition to helping others, Jess is also dedicated to highlighting seasonal, locally sourced ingredients.
My grandparents were very farm to table. I mean, before farm to table was a thing. Both my sets of grandparents had gardens that we ate off of all summer. We're in the South. There's a lot of fried chicken and a lot of French fries and a lot of fried everything. But my daughter and I both like food that's a little bit different, a little bit elevated.
The mother-daughter duo putting their spin on brunch classics like fluffy ricotta pancakes with lemon curd and a deconstructed chicken pot pie.
Oh man, that was the best dessert I've ever had.
But there's one dish that's been a menu mainstay since the beginning. When it comes to Jess's take on this Southern classic, the sauce is the boss.
What's the thing that makes your shrimp and grits so special?
It's our sauce. It's kind of this mix between cream and tomato. And it's infused with some secret spices and some ham stock.
Maybe you show me how this is done?
I'd love to.
Winna's Shrimp and Grits starts with, of course, the shrimp.
We try to use large local shrimp. They're really sweet. They got the perfect amount of salt.
Stock gives her signature sauce a richer flavor.
How do you make your ham stock?
We don't share all of our secrets
Okay, all righty.
Jess then searing the shrimp in clarified butter, seasoning them with Kinsey's secret spice blend.
It does have salt, pepper, garlic, a little bit of dill, and a little bit of something else in it.
Something and a little something.
I'm not being coy. I don't know what she puts in.
And what's shrimp and grits without cheesy grits? Each batch made fresh every morning.
Well, now what kind of cheese is that?
The main cheese in here is some coastal cheddar.
The shrimp finished with a drizzle of buttery love. Then, time to plate it up.
So we're going to let you help finish this off.
Alrighty.
This is a little bit of Parmesan that we've just kind of chunked up.
To top it off, cherry tomatoes and some microgreens. And of course, the best part, tasting.
That's fantastic, Jess. When you present something like this to the community, how much pride
does this bring you and Kinsey?
I think it's why we do what we do. You know, shrimp and grits is really a humble dish. And we've just taken it and put a ton of care into it. When I was growing up, people would say love is a secret ingredient. It's true. And so elevating food is not just about making it fancy. It's about taking the level of care to make it look a certain way. Yeah. And I think that adds to nourishing people, not just with the food they eat, but their spirit too.
Well, my spirit feels very good right now. Whether you're looking to kick back with casual beachy fare or enjoy elevated modern menus, Myrtle Beach is a seafood lover's paradise. The very best of South Carolina's most beloved dishes can all be found right here. And there's no doubt that the thriving restaurant community shapes the heart and soul of this vibrant coastal city. This episode of Family Style is sponsored by Visit Myrtle Beach. Ah, the avocado. From toast topping to sweet treats, even mac and cheese, this tasty green fruit is pretty much everywhere. But did you know the most popular variety, the Hass avocado, was developed right here in Southern California? So I came all the way across the country to find out how farmers and restaurant owners are making sure we're enjoying these for years to come. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other.
We call this right here the avocado tunnel of love.
In the past 20 years, believe it or not, avocado consumption has tripled in the United States. Today, the average American eats 8 pounds of these babies every year. I'm at Rancho Vasquez, one of the oldest avocado orchards in the country. Here, the Vasquez family grows several different varieties. Let's avocado check it out.
Oh, welcome to Rancho Vasquez.
Art?
Yes,
Nice
Art.
to meet you.
How's it going, sir? Damian Vasquez.
Damian, nice
welcome
to see
the
you
ranch.
guys. Army veteran Art Vasquez has turned his love for avocados into a true family obsession.
Rancho Vasquez!
4 generations live together on this scenic ranch. Many of them work in the orchard and help run the business. I've never been to an avocado farm.
Wow.
So
This will be a lot of fun.
You guys going to give me a tour?
Absolutely.
All right, let's go. Art's grandfather, Refugio Morones, moved to the U.S. from Mexico in the 1920s. He picked avocados and citrus fruit on several farms, but always dreamed of having his own orchard. When Art was 7, the family purchasing their first acre of this ranch.
And that's when my grandfather, Refugio, would start teaching me how to take care of the trees. That's when I really started loving picking. My brother and I would pick the avocados, take the avocados down to the town, knocking on doors, selling the avocados.
Art put his passion for produce on hold to pursue a career in the auto parts industry. In 2002, he was able to buy the entire property, which was destined to be raised for new houses.
We've taken it from 250 trees all the way up to 3,750 trees. This is something, a sustainable legacy that I can leave here and teach my children, grandkids, and the family how to work the earth, how to grow things organically.
Art had also saved a piece of Golden State history. Avocados are native to Mexico, but some of the first avocado trees in the U.S. were planted in L.A. County in the mid-1800s. Henry Dalton, a wealthy trader who owned ranches in California, fell in love with the fruit during trips to Central America. In 1848, Henry planted the first avocado tree in Azusa.
So when he moved to Los Angeles and he took over and bought Rancho Azusa, he knew there was fresh water coming from the Azusa Canyon. And so because of having the fresh water source and the awesome soil, he knew avocados would be great here.
During a tour of the ranch, I got to see a living part of that history.
What makes it special is one of the first planted avocado trees in the western United States. This puppy is one of a kind. It's like us, Al. It's one of a kind, okay?
And it's still producing fruit?
Still producing fruit. Produces anywhere between 500 to 700 pounds of fruit a year.
Experts estimate this tree is more than 100 years old. It produces a type of avocado known as the fuerte, in Spanish meaning strong. It was the first avocado variety to thrive in the United States because it can withstand cooler temperatures. But in the 1920s, a new variety emerged in SoCal that would ultimately dominate the world market.
A guy by the name of Rudolf Haas, he was actually a postal carrier, but his hobby was growing. So he had an orchard at his house about 20 miles from here, La Habra Heights.
The Haas avocado was a total accident. An amateur farmer, Rudolf had purchased some mystery avocado seeds. When the tree matured, he was surprised by the dark, bumpy fruit it produced.
And that really took off commercially because it has a thicker skin. So for shipping purposes, and it's an amazing tasting fruit.
The fuerte and many other avocados stay green when mature, but the skin on a Haas turns black when ripe, hiding any bruises. It didn't take off right away among consumers in the U.S., so it took a few marketing campaigns for Americans to embrace this creamy variety of the fruit.
This 4th, put little green in your red, white, and blue.
Today, 80% of avocados grown worldwide are Haas.
Now here, this is one of the first Haas trees commercially ever planted. Got 2 Haas trees right here.
Until the 90s, the majority of avocados consumed in the country were grown in California and weren't available year-round. But all that changed in 1994.
President Clinton made NAFTA the law today, linking the United States to Canada and Mexico in one large trading bloc.
When NAFTA passed, avocados from Mexico became available everywhere, and folks could enjoy them anytime. Today even named avocado toast a top trend of the 2010s.
Avocado toast. I'm not sure how this happened, but there came a time in the past 10 years when people began to realize that their lives were not complete without it.
Thanks to clever campaigns, new diet trends, and an abundant supply, avocado consumption has boomed in the last 2 decades, growing into a multi-billion-dollar industry. Now, 90% of those avocados come from Mexico. However, this has led to major environmental impacts, like deforestation. Rancho Vasquez wants to combat the negative effects of monoculture farming. As an organic orchard, they follow strict guidelines to help protect the land.
How have the trees and what you grow tried to lessen the impact on the environment?
We pick the weeds by hand or we weed eat because it's all organic.
Yeah.
So we don't ever spray any weed killer or anything like that. The deer come and eat all the lower leaves and skirt the trees for us. And they turn that into natural manure.
Now, when it comes to picking, avocados require a gentle touch.
So we still do it the same high-tech way they did it 100 years ago.
Wow.
You
And
got
this is
a
my
picking
grandfather's
pole.
pole right here.
Really?
Yeah, this is one of the old school ones. So you can pick any of these you want.
Okay.
So yeah, you just slide it right up till the avocado goes in the basket, and then you pull on the rope. There you go, you're almost there.
Pretty different. You're doing pretty darn good, you
A
know?
little bit further, and then pull the rope.
There you
There
go,
it
you
is.
got it. Good job. Here's a catch.
Ta-da!
There you go,
My
that's
first
a nice
avocado.
one too. It's gonna take a week to a week and a half right now to ripen and let it get soft.
How about going and tasting some?
Yes, sir, we picked some about a week or so, so they'd be perfect for you.
All right, let's do it.
Believe it or not, there are more than 400 varieties of avocados. Rancho Vasquez in Azusa, California sells 6: the Fuerte, Hass, Lamb Hass, Reed, Pinkerton, and Gem. Each has a different shape, taste, and growing season.
I've never seen such a round avocado.
The ranch's avocados are prized by chefs and customers for their high oil content. That comes from the area's climate, nutrient-rich mountain soil, and secret farming techniques that have been passed down for generations.
The higher the oil content, the better the tasting fruit is. And then the longer it'll stay green.
You can taste and see the difference with their organic Hass.
It just keeps it
Wow,
really
you can literally
fresh.
see the oil coming out of it.
Yeah, so if you want to try just a little chunk, we'll give you a little chunk.
Oh, that's great.
Next up, the family favorite, Fuerte.
Oh, really a different flavor.
Absolutely, absolutely.
It's almost like a saltiness and a creaminess in there.
Aside from his wife's guac, Art's favorite way to eat avos is actually with honey.
It's called avocado dulce, which is avocado candy.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's fantastic.
Isn't it great?
I would have never thought of that. Guys, this is just amazing. What does it mean for both of you to be owners of this legacy?
This is a legacy I do want to leave. My family, my grandkids, Damien, and this will be around for, I'm hoping and praying, for at least another 100 years, you know?
And what does it mean for you, Damien?
Oh, it's like he said, just a place where history can keep going. Because the trees were here before us, and they're gonna be here after us. So we're just kind of stewards of the land in the meantime.
Let's share a little of this guacamole.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
But the chips fall where they may, as long as they've got guacamole on them.
Avila's El Ranchito is a Southern California staple that's been in business for more than half a century. They've got 13 locations and counting of this family-run chain, but no two restaurants are exactly the same. Every Avila's owner puts their own spin on the family's traditional Mexican recipes. But here at the Seal Beach Outpost, they claim to have the best guacamole. So I've come to learn their secrets. It's time to guac and roll.
Hey there, wow, got a lot of folks here.
The aunts, uncles, siblings, and cousins behind Avila's El Ranchito really treat their guests like family. This location is run by Elise Avila Smith, a third-generation restaurateur. She credits the family's success to her grandma Margarita's hospitality.
You know, she just focused on really what we focus on, good, fresh food.
Salvador and Margarita, or Mama Avila, immigrated from Mexico to the U.S. in 1958. How did they get into the restaurant business?
My father had an opportunity to buy a restaurant and talked to my mother and decided, you know, this is a great opportunity.
Salvador using his life savings to purchase the old restaurant property in Huntington Park. He turned to his 6 kids, including Elise's dad, Victor, for support.
We would go after school and help them do whatever needed to be done. And my father was pretty much during the day taking care of the whole restaurant, and my mother was in the kitchen. So she was the only one in the kitchen.
And Grandpa Boulder was washing dishes.
Mama's traditional recipes have been passed down through many generations.
They've come from way, way back in Mexico.
When it first opened in 1966, Avila's was the only Mexican restaurant in the mostly white neighborhood. Many customers had no interest in Mama's traditional dishes, so she developed a strategy to draw people in.
It seemed like natural for my mother to offer the people whatever they wanted, so it's more like a home. If they didn't have it on the menu, then my mother would go in the kitchen and make it anyway.
Over the next 3 decades, the Avila siblings opened 6 new restaurants in Southern California. This expansion wasn't a coincidence. Americans at the same time were falling in love with Mexican food. In the early 80s, there were an estimated 2,500 Mexican restaurants in the U.S. Today, there are more than 60,000.
I was bussing tables here as a child.
Elise witnessed that growth as a kid, watching her dad expand the family business.
So I grew up doing homework in a booth. On top of that, I grew up with my grandparents living 1 street over from me. So I grew up cooking with her for years and years.
After college, Elise tried working in other fields, but she was always drawn back to the restaurants.
I'd be working by day, you know, I worked for a magazine. And then my brother opened his first restaurant and I ended up serving tables at night. So no matter what I did, I kept ending up back in this business. And I loved it. I realized that this was my passion. It's in my blood.
How do you qualify to open up an Avila?
Well, it's a process, let me tell you.
Is it really?
I had to work every position in the restaurant. So I washed dishes. I worked in the kitchen for a few years. I've done it all.
After proving herself for a decade, Elise opened her own Avilas in 2015.
When I first opened my restaurant, I worked for several months from about 6 in the morning till midnight. And finally, I remember my dad and my brother came in for an intervention and said, you need to go home.
You gotta sleep.
You gotta sleep. So I went home and they ran my restaurant for the night. And I knew with my dad and my brother here, there was nothing to worry about.
Every Avila's restaurant is unique, reflecting the family member who owns it and the location. They have different decor and specialty menu items. Elise puts her own spin on the brand by offering an extensive tequila cocktail menu.
Dad, I'm gonna make you a drink right now.
Make it strong. Salud, mija.
But there are several dishes you're going to find at every location. Avocados are crucial to many of the family recipes, including the signature guacamole and their beloved chicken soup. Tell me about Mama Avila's soup.
That soup that feels like home to me. But it is a chicken breast and rice soup. We make it from scratch every morning, including the broth. We put fresh avocado, cilantro, onion, and tomato in it.
And people go, and the first thing they do when they get off the plane is go to have some chicken soup.
You mentioned avocado goes into the soup. Tell me about the importance of avocado.
It's part of our culture. Bottom line is, nobody wants to eat Mexican food without avocado and some guacamole.
So I'm curious, first you, Victor, what's the secret to a good guacamole?
You have to make it, you know, almost really as on a daily basis, almost an hourly basis. It needs to be fresh. It needs to be well seasoned.
And a little bit of love.
I like to think I make a good guac, but I'm sure I can learn from the best. So how about showing me how you guys do guac? Before making some guac, I enjoyed a cucumber margarita and got a taste of Mama's famous soup. That's great. I would never think about avocado in chicken soup. Oh my God.
I can't take credit for that one, Al. That's all Grandma. All right, you ready to make some guacamole?
You bet.
All right, so the first thing we're gonna do, we're gonna dump some fresh garlic in here.
Okay.
This is a traditional molcajete. From there, you're gonna sprinkle a little bit of salt
Just
on
a
top.
little
Just
bit
a
of
little
salt.
bit of love. And then you're gonna use the top to go ahead and grind it in there.
A molcajete, a Mexican mortar and pestle, is made from volcanic rock. And it's the family secret to great guac. The rough surfaces help crush the ingredients, releasing their natural oils better than chopping them up with a knife.
And we're gonna get in some fresh avocado. All right. And then you go ahead and mix that together. And I gotta be gentle with the avocado with some love.
Gentle. In go diced onions, lots of cilantro, and a good squeeze of lime juice.
Keep on mixing there, and you got yourself some good, fresh guacamole. I'm gonna dig in here with you too, Al.
Oh yeah,
You make good guacamole, Al.
I've learned from the best. Elise, to be part of something like this, what does it mean?
Honestly, I feel compelled to keep these beautiful recipes that are from, gosh, my great-great-grandparents running so that everyone that comes to our restaurant is able to taste them and to sit at our table and feel like family and just be a part of ours. Cheers.
How does a ceviche bar a little different from a sushi bar?
It's like a sushi bar, but more Mexican.
Uh-huh. This lively food court is home to several family-owned hidden gems. In fact, here you'll find Holbush, a modern eatery renowned for its sustainable seafood. The chef behind this vibrant menu pairs flavors from his childhood in Mexico with the freshest of California fare. Gilberto Cetina never thought he would dedicate his life to cooking, but his summers spent on the Yucatan Peninsula would later inspire a bold move.
Since I was a teenager, growing up in the coastal region, I would go diving with my cousins. We would dive down for octopus, we'd get lobsters, we'd get sea snails, and then he would take that back and cook it. And that was one of the first times that I felt a direct connection to food, because even back then, there was a disconnect, you know? Food came from the supermarket. And it was the first time I saw something that was like directly from the sea, and you can cook it and eat it right away. So that kind of blew my mind.
Gilberto immigrated to the U.S. when he was 5 years old. His father, Gilberto Sr., a former civil engineer, worked various restaurant jobs to support the family.
How did your family transition from that kind of grassroots sort of food service to a real formal restaurant?
It really was through the help of the nonprofit that, you know, operates Mercado La Paloma.
This bustling market is run by Esperanza, or Hope, a nonprofit dedicated to revitalizing South Los Angeles and helping first-time business owners.
They gave us small business training, basic restaurant health department training. They co-signed loans so my dad could purchase the equipment. It was my dad's dream to have a restaurant that represented our Mexican food, the food of the Yucatan, which is very distinct from other regions of Mexico.
In 2001, Gilberto Sr. opened the family's first restaurant, Chichen Itza. The menu featuring traditional dishes like conchinita pibil, salbutes, and panuchos.
Lo empezamos la mamá de Gilberto y yo, o sea, mi esposa y yo.
Al principio éramos 2 personas nada más.
They needed help, but Gilberto was reluctant to join the family business.
I didn't want to cook. I didn't want to be in the kitchen because I grew up in a household where we always, cooking was always used to make ends meet, like a lot of, immigrant families. So when we opened the restaurant and my dad asked me to come along and help him out for 6 months, I was front of the house. Slowly, I just discovered the cooking and that I enjoyed it and, started learning from my dad.
Even without formal training, Gilberto quickly learning the ropes, becoming a savvy businessman. 10 years in, Chichen Itza was thriving with dozens of employees. They even released a cookbook.
Con el paso de los años, finalmente empezó a sentir la misma pasión que yo tenía por el negocio.
After taking over at Chichen Itza, Gilberto was ready for a new challenge, one inspired by those summer boat trips in Mexico.
Where does the name Holbox come from?
So Holbox is a place. It's an island off the coast of the Yucatan Peninsula.
He wanted to bring tropical, fresh from the sea vibes, along with an elevated experience, to diners in South Los Angeles. When Holbox opened in the same market, it changed many perceptions of what Mexican food could be.
We go outside of the realm of Yucatan and we do food from all different coastal regions of Mexico.
Gilberto's fusion dishes allow the freshest fish to shine. Menu staples include seasonal ceviches and an octopus taco. His innovative cooking has wowed locals and critics alike.
How does it feel to be nominated for a James Beard Award for this?
After the shock, I think the first thing that I felt was extreme pride in my team. To a certain level, I guess it feels a little bit like validation because we're doing something slightly outside of the box.
You look across Mexican cuisine, and one of the commonalities is the avocado. Why does the avocado work so well across cuisines in Mexico, but especially your cuisine?
The pairing of avocado goes extremely well with raw seafood preparations like ceviches and cocteles, and they're very bright, light, and acidic. I think avocado is the perfect complement because it gives it a little bit, creamy richness.
That delicate balance is best represented in the shrimp and scallop aguachiles, and I couldn't wait to try making it.
So aguachile is super simple. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna make a marinade that's gonna cook or denature our scallops, right? So we're just gonna take some cilantro.
Next up, the chili. Serrano peppers bring the heat. Persian cucumbers cool it down. There's a pinch of salt, ice to prevent oxidation, and a squeeze of lime juice. Then the marinade blends for just about a minute.
Now, we're just gonna take a bowl. Go ahead and put a couple of spoonfuls of these beautiful Baja California bay scallops.
Oh, look at those.
Now we're gonna pour the marinade and hold on to the spoon for stirring. Perfect. That's about right. We want to let that marinate for at least 5 minutes.
Gilberto takes his aguachile to the next level with an avocado rose. After pitting and peeling, it was time to get slicing.
Your knife can be straight because your avocado is at an angle, and we're pull cutting. You're just gonna do this now. Look.
Okay.
The key to a great rose? Super thin slices.
We're hiring,
Okay.
Now the next step, hands, right? We're gonna do this motion. We're gonna fan out the avocado, right? So, you see that?
Oh, wow.
There you go. Looking good there. I think that's good enough to roll. You're gonna start at the tip right here, and you just roll this one like that. You see how that's forming a really big flower?
Yes.
This is a pretty advanced skill, but I think it's one worth practicing.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a nice party trick,
Sure. Impress your friends.
Yeah. So, which one should we use?
I think that one. Made by the professional.
Time to plate it up.
That's looking beautiful. You're a lot neater doing this than I am. I'll take like a spoonful of them and just drop it on there and then arrange them on the plate.
Ah, pro tip.
And of course, the finishing touches.
Wow.
That is our scallop aguachile.
And I helped make it.
Can something this pretty taste as good as it looks?
That looks like a good bite.
That's amazing.
Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
But yet so simple. Thank you, sir.
Al, it was a pleasure.
Fantastic. The Hass avocado may have started out as a lucky surprise, but for decades its popularity has been no accident. The Mexican-American culinary traditions passed down through the years have made this delicious and nutritious fruit a staple for so many of us across the country. And thanks to generations of enterprising families, this bumpy green fruit is going to have a very long shelf life. When most of us think about Detroit, Motown, car manufacturing, even sports comes to mind. But when it comes to food, the folks here in the Motor City are all about one famous Frank, the Coney dog. And no, we're not talking about Coney Island in New York. In Michigan, a Coney is both a diner to locals and a hot dog smothered in chili, topped with onions, and finished off with a of mustard. Now, there are dozens of Coneys in the Detroit metro area. Some bear the Coney Island name, others don't. But you'll always find some type of sausage, a bun, and a signature meat sauce on the menu. So, what makes Michigan crazy for Coneys? Let's find out.
The relationship between Coneys and Detroit, it's a long relationship. It's a long love story.
The Coney is a part of Detroit.
If you can drive and eat a Coney, it's not a Detroit-style Coney, in my opinion.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Welcome to Detroit. What do you say we travel back in time to the earliest days of the Coney? The folks at American Coney Island have been dishing up this local specialty for more than 100 years. In fact, this restaurant and the one next door, well, they've got a shared history. But American has been run by the same family for 3 generations. Founded by a Greek immigrant, this restaurant story is synonymous with the legendary hot dog of this city. What do you say we go meet the family?
One to go plain, one fry.
At American Coney Island, hot dogs aren't just a meal, they're memories. Grace Quiros is the 3rd generation owner of this legendary spot. Grace!
Al!
Hi, good to see you again.
It's been
a long time.
It has.
We sat down to talk Coney traditions, turning points, and of course, toppings. People are very passionate about their Coney Island hot dog.
Yes, they are.
Why?
Because it holds a nostalgia and a tradition to them. We see daily generations of people coming in here. Remember Grandpa bringing them, my mom brought me. It's part of their growing up, it's part of their life.
30 years ago, Grace took over the restaurant reins from her dad, Chuck Quiros. Chuck inheriting the business from his father, founder Konstantin Quiros, AKA Gust. Your place, this place on this corner, has been here for 105 years. What is it like being really part of the fabric of an iconic city like Detroit?
It's surreal. I mean, I think back to my grandfather and my dad and the things they saw here from riots to Tigers winning the World Series when they were good. Such a deep history and proud. I love this city.
The Coney craze in Detroit is really a legacy of the Quiros family.
Historian Joe Grimm co-writing the book on Coneys in the Motor City.
The Quiroses came to Detroit from Dara in Greece, where this was a sheep herding town, and they needed to find work. And they really struck gold, as in the color of mustard, when they started making these Coney Island hot dogs.
In the late 1800s, Greece was facing a massive economic crisis, setting off a wave of global migration. By 1920, it's estimated that over 400,000 Greeks immigrated to the United States seeking new opportunities. Like most European immigrants of the era, they passed through New York before moving on to other parts of the country.
They entered, most of them, through Ellis Island, which is near Coney Island. They saw people on Coney Island and in New York eating hot dogs and said, we're going to go into the hot dog business, but we're going to top it with something Greek. Now, the true origins, like who invented the Coney dog, lost to history. It just sort of happened in a lot of places in about the same time, mostly by Greek immigrants.
Gust and his brother, Bill Kuros, opening one of Detroit's first Coney shops in the early 1900s. A family rift caused the brothers to split, leading to side-by-side Coney operations and a long-lasting restaurant rivalry. Detroiters swearing allegiance to American or Lafayette, but only American is still owned by the Kuros family today.
We figure well more than 100 Coney Islands can trace their lineage directly to that flat-top grill.
Each Coney spot in the Detroit area and throughout Michigan has its own history, from National to Kirby's to Nicky D's, from Berkeley Coney Island to El George's to Leo's and more. But all of the city's Coneys have a similar foundation, starting with a steamed bun. You add a beef and pork hot dog.
Then it's covered with a chili sauce. And the chili sauce is where Coney owners can improvise and innovate. And then on top of that, it's going to be a yellow salad mustard and diced onions, and never any ketchup. If you put ketchup on a Coney dog, you might get thrown out of the restaurant.
Definitely a controversial condiment here.
Definitely no ketchup.
But I see ketchup behind.
We sell French fries. When customers come to the carryout and want, I'll have a Coney with everything. Every once in a while you get, okay, I want ketchup on mine too. We don't do it. We refuse to put the ketchup on the hot dog. And we've had people got a little upset with us. I'm like, dude, I'm not putting ketchup on the hot dog.
Your grandfather immigrates here from
Greece.
Why hot dogs?
It was something that he had seen when he landed at Ellis Island in New York. He saw, the amusement park. You got to remember, he was a young man, came over with no money, borrowed a pair of shoes. He heard the automotive business was hiring in Detroit, made his way to Detroit, thinking they'll hire me even though I don't know how to read or write. They didn't. On this little corner right here where we are now, he started a little push cart. We're Greek, right? We know food. So Grandpa remembered the hot dogs, made a Greek chili sauce. Our chili's a little unique.
You hear about a Coney Island hot dog, you
Yes.
think about Nathan's in New York City.
But here's the difference. I'm going to stop you.
Okay.
A Coney Island in New York is an amusement park that
Right.
sells hot dogs. In Detroit, a Coney Island is the hot dog with the chili, mustard, onions on it. That's the difference. And I got a lot of heated arguments, people, about that.
Really?
In Detroit, it is the actual thing you're eating, thanks to my grandpa, because he named it American Coney Island. He was so grateful he was in America and all the opportunities were given to him.
Grace now in charge of carrying on the family legacy. It's obviously been passed from generation to
Yes.
generation here. But each time you lose a member of the generation, it's got to be tough. You just lost your dad.
Yes.
Not too long ago.
Yeah, 6 months ago.
When you come in, do you feel him here?
I do. Yes, I do. And I feel a sense of pride. I miss him a lot, obviously, but I just feel his presence. I feel everything he taught me. My grandpa did his thing. Then once my dad stepped in and took over, he took it to the next level. Then I took it to a whole nother level, with my brother's help included.
Grace's brother, Chris Soteropoulos, helps run the business today. There's an American outpost at the Detroit Zoo, plus a new location in Las Vegas. They're also shipping Coney kits all across the country. You get everybody from all walks of life, every demographic, every racial component,
You nailed it,
everybody
100%.
comes here.
Yes.
The American Coney is the great equalizer.
I love the way you put it that way, Al. Exactly. We love our customers. Our customers are like family. This is no joke. This is who made us. So we treat you like family. We don't know any different.
Coming up, I learned how to make the quintessential Coney.
One up! Ready? There, nice shot.
At American Coney Island, the oldest family-run Coney spot in Detroit, they keep things traditional.
But you know, as I look at your menu, and I look at the pictures, they're vintage, let's say. It doesn't look like you have strayed that much from the original menu.
We haven't. I won't. Why add to it when it's working?
You know what else is working? Me. I got behind the grill with Grace to prep the perfect plate of Conies.
This is the proprietary hot dog. If you notice the natural casing,
yes,
it's a 90% beef, 10% pork with a lambskin casing.
That's like 3 meats in one. You
Exactly.
Pork, beef, and lamb.
That's right. And that's what makes it pop. Like when you bite into it, it snaps like a party in your mouth.
Yes. That detail kept popping up everywhere we went.
It's a warm bun, it's the snap of the hot dog.
When you bite it, you hear that pop.
You can tell it's a natural casing because when you bite it, it snaps back at you.
The steamer bun. That's what we were taught. They're in a steamer. You know, there's just enough steam in here. So you're gonna pull out the bun.
Right.
Look for the cut.
Yep.
So open it up a little, grab your plate.
Yes.
All right, so we're gonna grab one.
Right.
Come over here. Do you want to top it or do you want to?
I want to watch the top.
Okay, give it a little mix. This is that
little zhuzh.
Greek, yeah, that's right. It gets a little messy. Some chili, add a little more. You know, be cheap with the chili. Greek spices, that's the magic.
The secret spice blend? Well, it's secret. But the chili is made with ground beef.
The tangy mustard.
Tangy.
Just a little lime, nothing more. You take some onions, sprinkle them across. There you go.
Boom. Okay.
105 years.
105 years of magic.
My turn.
Get a plate.
I need one up, which means I need one for a customer.
One for a customer.
Everything on it. Chili, mustard, onions.
Get the split.
Open it up a little more, El. All right, that's not too bad.
Okay. Boom. All right, now I come over here.
Keep the bun open because you want the chili to go in.
You want the chili to go in.
Yeah, you want the chili. You want it, yeah.
I want that
You're
chili.
gonna chintz out on that chili.
Don't chintz on the chili.
Turn your dish a little so it's easier for you to pour over there.
All right. Oh, that really, it does have a creamy consistency.
See, it's really creamy, right? Exactly.
Mustard.
There you go. Ooh, that's heavy mustard. Did they order heavy mustard?
No, they didn't. I'm making this for myself.
Exactly. There you go.
All right. One up.
Ready. There. Nice job.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Woo!
Good job, Al.
Hey now.
Life-changing experience.
It's magic in your mouth. Every great Coney needs a great bun, but not just any bun will do. A few miles from downtown Detroit is another family-run institution that's keeping the Coney tradition alive. What started as a small baking business is now one of the state's biggest suppliers of Coney buns. And that bun is the Coney Island Steamer. That's a good bun.
The Coney Island Steamer is a 6-inch hot dog bun.
At Metropolitan Baking Company, they like big buns and they cannot lie.
The Coney Island Steamer bun is our flagship item on the bun and roll line.
Not to mention, they claim to have buns of steel.
These buns sit in a steam table. The product's formulated for that steam table. That bun is going to sit there and it's not going to fall apart on you when you load it with all those condiments.
In Michigan, Coney dogs aren't just a tasty meal, they're big business.
The Coney business gave rise to supplier industries just as the auto industry did. So we need to have a major bun maker here. The big maker nowadays is Metropolitan Bakery, and they bake these Coney dog buns with the sponge dough method.
For 3 generations, the Cordes family, who also trace their roots back to Greece, has risen to the occasion, selling specialty breads.
Metropolitan Baking Company was founded by my grandfather in 1945.
In the beginning, Metropolitan only sold simple loaves. Today, they produce dozens of items for grocery stores, high-end restaurants, and of course, Coney diners. And while their products have changed over the years, a few names have truly stood the test of time.
He was George James Cordes, namesake, and my father is James George Cordes, and I'm George James Cordes. My father, just like me, was bred in the business.
George credits his father for the company's massive expansion in the mid-'80s.
This summer, we're going to be producing millions of Coney Island Steamer hot dog buns.
This abundance, pun intended, is all thanks to automation.
Automation is really what transformed this company. We went from packaging maybe 10, 15 loaves of bread a minute to 140 loaves a minute.
In 2001, after years of recipe testing, the signature steamer bun was added to the product line.
It is a hot dog bun that we've formulated to be used at the Coney Island restaurants, in Metro Detroit specifically. This bun that we produce is in roughly 95% of all Coney Island restaurants.
And it takes a lot of dough to make all those buns.
So what we're doing right now, this is where it all begins. This is the mixing room, and we're about to create a 1,600-pound dough batch of hot dog buns. Major ingredients are going to be flour is 65%, then you've got your yeast, you've got your sugar, you've got your oil, and a bunch of proprietary ingredients. Any minute. That's roughly 1,200 packages of Coney Island Steamer hot dog buns. There you go. You did it.
That makes over 14,000 buns. After mixing, the dough gets cut into bun-sized portions.
You're looking at 3-foot sheets that were just guillotined, and now they're going into a smaller divider to be put into roughly 1.25-ounce dough balls.
Next up, time to proof.
After 60 minutes, the dough has risen. And after about 10 minutes bake time, we're going to have a fully baked hot dog bun that's prepared to cool.
The buns are almost ready.
The product's sliced, after the cooling conveyor, and then it's paddled on top of each other to create a 12-pack, a dozen buns. The baskets are headed down to logistics and ready to be set up for routes.
Then it's off to stores in Michigan's finest Coney restaurants, including American Coney Island. While the factory may have a lot of machinery, George has always been hands-on.
So I worked here every summer throughout high school and throughout college, almost every position. And you really learn what hard work is as a kid to work in a bread factory, when it's 110 degrees out.
When Grandpa George started the company, he had fewer than 10 employees. Today, they've got almost 100.
When they say employees, family employees, that's what John is. He's literally family.
John Grabowski has worked with all 3 generations of the Cordes family. At 12 years old, he took a summer job washing buckets at Metropolitan. Today, he's the plant's lead engineer.
It's like family. When you come to this business, everybody that's here, they feel like family to me. Everybody says hello to each other. It's a good camaraderie. Everybody likes each other.
It's more than just bread and butter for the employees.
It's really nice being run by a family-owned business. You can come to work and feel like you're at home.
It's like a second family to me. We all work together, we get down in the dirt, we exchange all kinds of work habits, and we learn from each other, and we do the best we can.
The longtime employees are proud, keeping Detroit's Coney tradition going strong.
We all grew up eating conies, right? Comerica Park, baseball games as a kid with mom and dad and the grandparents, family time. Coney dogs that's a part of pretty much everybody's childhood. It's a joy to be a part of that heritage.
Today, Metropolitan's running 6 days a week, 20 hours a day.
The amount of product that we're sending out each day, from the first dough that's kicking out around 1:30 in the morning till the final package at 10 at night, I feel constant pride.
As for the future, George's kids seem to have inherited his love for the bakery.
My daughters, Cecile and Sloan, I bring them almost every Saturday. They actually tell me that they enjoy it more than Disney World. This is their favorite place on earth, just like what it was for me as a kid that age.
It's that joy and a family legacy that George hopes will carry on for many years to come.
I absolutely love what we're doing here. I love our history. I never want to be that third generation cliche. I want to continue the growth with my kids, or my kids' kids, have them look back, family members, and say, wow, that's incredible. Look at what you've done.
Chili, mustard, onion.
What happens if you reverse it?
Oh, you're out.
You're out.
You're out.
You're out.
Minutes from downtown is Detroit's Brush Park neighborhood. Folks here are flocking to enjoy the good vibes at this cool Coney spot. CMO may be relatively new to the game, but loyal fans can't get enough of their chili, mustard, and onions. CMO, get it? But unlike most diners in town, here, the Coney, the sauce, and everything else on the menu is powered by plants.
My name is Pete Lacombe. I'm the owner of Chili Mustard Onions in Detroit, Michigan.
You could say opening a vegan Coney spot in the Coney capital takes guts and grit, and that's exactly what this family's made of.
I don't follow any rules. I follow the important ones, but I don't do what everybody else does.
Pete and his wife Shelley, along with their daughter Darla, launching CMO in 2018. It's the first and only all-vegan Coney spot in Detroit.
I would say my wife gave me the biggest kick in the butt to go vegan, and we did.
I had a vision that we were going to open a vegan Coney Island, and I told Pete that, and he told me I was out of my mind.
Pete and Shelley have enjoyed many a traditional Coney as lifelong Detroit residents.
When Shelley and I got married, she used to tell me all the time that I was going to open a restaurant, and it was going to be a vegan restaurant. And I said, yeah, I'm not vegan. So I asked her why she thought I was going to open a vegan restaurant. She said, you could never hurt an animal or sell animals. And I went, you're so right.
Now, the family's been vegan for over 10 years.
It not only saved my life going vegan and saved my life by doing something I love, I got to do something I love every single day with the people I love.
Before entering the restaurant business, Pete worked in the auto industry, just like his dad and his granddad.
When I was in automotive design, I ate horribly. I smoked cigarettes, I drank a lot. It was just kind of the norm in that field. That was really in my blood, but it wasn't in my soul. Cooking was in my soul.
Pete's true passion coming from spending time with family in the kitchen.
So we lived really close to my grandparents, and what was in my soul was food. I cooked with my grandmas all the time. My grandma, my mom's mom, really should have opened a restaurant, and I feel like I'm living that dream through her.
That dream now possible with the next generation.
So Darla's our manager, and she takes care of the customers so well. And seeing the woman that she has become, we're so proud of her.
My wife and I, we've been through so much. We're partners in crime, partners in life, partners in love.
And partners in creating a home away from home for every customer.
I created CMO, the interior, to reflect like my basement or my living room, where you could come over and eat at my house. Everybody's welcome in my home.
Every day, somebody wants to go tell him how fabulous this place is and how blown away they are with his food.
Since it first opened, CMO has been delighting vegans and non-vegans alike with their take on hot dogs smothered in chili.
The amount of love and emotion that is put into the food in every bite, you can tell that. I've never had vegan food, but it was really, really good. This just tasted so similar to it would as a regular Coney Island.
You know, it's hard to come by something that's like so close to like a childhood favorite.
Of course, I had to see if this Coney truly lived up to the hype.
Hey, Al. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Welcome to my kitchen.
Well, this is really cool. We've heard all about this. When you're used to something that is meat,
Yeah.
you know, getting them to try something that doesn't quite fit what they think it's supposed to be.
For me, I let my food speak. If I put something out there on a plate that is incredible, happens to be vegan, that changes minds and hearts, and you know, it's incredible.
I see your wife and your daughter standing out there. Are they taste testers?
Oh, my wife for sure, yes.
That's love.
It is. Oh, it's love. And we'll be married 30 years this year.
Congratulations.
So, thank you.
Let's make some vegan magic.
Let's do that.
The hot dog, what kind of protein is this?
It's a pea and soy protein.
And this is your chili.
Yes.
Now, what's the protein in here?
This is
chili?
a Beyond Crumble,
Uh-huh.
a plain Beyond Crumble.
A lot of Coney places are hush-hush about their chili, but Pete was willing to dish a little.
How do you make your chili?
I use a blend of spices, salt, pepper, garlic, onion, and a few other things that are top secret. We're gonna throw that in our water.
Okay.
That's the hero right there.
Right there.
The spice is the hero.
The chili's brought to a boil, then thickened with potato starch. It was time to try my first vegan Coney.
That's a healthy ladle.
It is. I usually do a little more than that.
Wow.
So, yeah. Do a lot of onions. Here they are.
Let's give it a shot. That's really good. Especially the chili.
Thank you.
How long did you have to work on the chili recipe?
You know, I hit it right on the head when we first went vegan, and then I didn't write it down. So then it took me about a year after that to really nail it down.
But even with a winning recipe, times have been tough for CMO.
What was the pandemic like for you guys?
It hit us extremely hard, and we're still struggling and fighting, and you know, there's no quit in us, but it's been tough. Yeah.
How's the future look for you?
I really don't know. We're trying. We're working every day, but I don't know what the future holds. I really don't.
If it's based on the taste of that, your future's bright, my friend.
Thank you so much.
That is good.
Thanks so much.
Wow.
The history behind Detroit's Coney dog is truly an all-American tale, from the Greek immigrants who borrowed the name to a mashup of traditional flavors with a boardwalk staple. And now, there's a whole generation of locals who are ensuring that this regional hot dog is here to stay.
Oh, hi there. Craig Melvin here, filling in for
Al Roker, on this episode of Family Style. And today we're talking all about one of the country's most popular desserts and a holiday staple. We're talking about pie. And as a Southerner and a pie lover, pecan here, it's my favorite, not pecan, pecan. So this assignment was almost too good to be true. From our Thanksgiving tables to our 4th of July barbecues to Christmas and the winter holidays, pie is central to so many of our celebrations. Homemade or baked at wonderful shops like this one called Michelle's Pies in Connecticut. Americans sure have strong feelings for pie. See what I did there? But how did we become a nation of pie people? Join me as I slice into the significance of this iconic dessert and piece together how and why different pies are so important to communities across this country.
Time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other.
Yes, pecan might be my favorite, but this is my second favorite. I'm a huge fan of a good old-fashioned sweet potato pie. And I'm not alone. For millions of Black Americans, making a sweet potato pie is a meaningful tradition this time of year. And in Minneapolis, one woman stopped selling her highly sought-after sweet potato pie, and with the help of her family, started giving them away for free. Now, through her nonprofit, she is bringing generations together to bake and then gift her tasty pies. It's a recipe for spreading love and creating meaningful connections. You could say they're baking the world a better place.
Here's to the joy of our Blackness, our beauty, our energy, our power.
Yeah.
Just being able to come together in unity. Onward.
That's Rose McGee, the founder of the Sweet Potato Comfort Pie. On a fall morning, a group of women gathered at her home just outside Minneapolis.
I appreciated young Brittany Wright approaching me and saying, Miss Rose, you really should teach us young women how to make sweet potato pie. I'll just take a little piece of the shell itself and just slide it in there, and that'll pull it right out a lot easier than trying to use a spoon because it's thicker.
Passing a tradition from one generation to the next.
Mama Rose is really good at bringing people together, making them feel welcome and having a sense of belonging. And so I thought it'd be really cool on my birthday to bring a bunch of women together, sharing experiences, learning how to bake pies, learning something from the African American tradition.
Each attendee will be making 3 pies to share with their community. 1 to keep, 1 to gift to an elder, and 1 to gift to someone younger than them.
Once we got the first batch of sweet potatoes boiling, I started exhaling. When you peel, always go to the tip, and then it just pulls right off.
For Rose, sweet potato pie is not just dessert, it's a catalyst for connection, one that she considers sacred.
It seems like it's all about the pie, but really the pie just happens to be the sweet spot that brings people together. I used to sell the pies years ago. No idea that one day I would feel compelled to give them away. Not to sell them, but to give them away. I started Sweet Potato Comfort Pie in 2014, not really realizing that that's what I was doing. After the killing of young Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri. And I was sitting there watching television, like felt this calling. I obeyed that calling and made about 30 pies, packed them in my car, and my son Adam drove down with me. But what I discovered was people wanted to be heard and listened to. They wanted to feel that they were being respected. So I took that to heart and brought it back home.
Back in Minneapolis, when George Floyd was killed, Rose stayed up all night baking pies to take to the memorial site to help her own community heal.
And I didn't know what to do except make some pies. And that's why I know it's not just about me. It's bigger than that. Is anybody really going to respond to that? And people do.
The organization's mission is to strengthen and cultivate relationships with the solidarity and story sharing that is part of making and receiving the pie.
I'm not trying to over-emotionalize anything, but I will say, it's something when people allow you to feel purpose and allow you to see beauty within yourself.
The sweet potato pie we know today was inspired from West African cuisine and dates back centuries. To get to the root of its origins, we must first talk about yams.
I'm Rossi Nastapulo. I'm the author of Sweet Land of Liberty, A History of America in 11 Pies. So a yam is an old world crop and a sweet potato is a new world crop. And so yams are really an important part of the West African diet, whereas sweet potatoes, they are grown kind of on this side of the world.
In the United States, sweet potatoes grew abundantly in the South. Enslaved Black Americans tended to these crops and cooked with them, contributing to many of the sweet potato recipes we know today. However, credit to Black chefs and cooks didn't come until the late 1800s.
There was Melinda Russell's A Domestic Cookbook, and then Abby Fisher's What Mrs. Fisher Knows About Old Southern Cooking. And so these were two Black authored cookbooks that included recipes for sweet potato pie and really were an opportunity for these Black chefs and cooks to reclaim their knowledge and have the credit given to them. When emancipation comes, they continue to make sweet potato pie, and this time they're making it for themselves, their families, and their communities.
So you're just gonna put in a third of the way.
For those close to the sweet potato comfort pie, it's what's in the batter that really truly matters. Antoinette Pearson Ettinger is a pastry chef and helps manage the kitchen at sweet potato comfort pie gatherings.
I was at the first meeting here in Rose's living room. When I was growing up, if there were some trauma in a family or some celebration in a family, you went down the street with the pies in your hand to present to the family that was either in need or is celebrating and communicate with the folks that are there.
The pies are ready.
Today, back in Rose's kitchen is one of those celebrations in honor of Brittany's birthday.
What I appreciate about this, we have been in responsive mode. We try to respond to these crises that happen across the country and locally. So to do something more celebratory is very uplifting and very inspiring for us all.
It's a sisterhood. Through these pies, through Mama Rose, we're able to celebrate each other, empower each other, encourage each other, and we're doing it in a way through unity.
The future of sweet potato comfort pie, I believe, is a good one. Everybody has this need of wanting to connect, and when you're baking a pie, you're gonna connect.
The heart of the comfort pie connection is love and a commitment to greater good, and of course, always keeping their eyes on the pie.
When in doubt, bring a bunch of Black women into the kitchen and we'll figure it out.
Coming up, a family in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, whose ancestors helped invent a sticky dessert that's still being served up today. And welcome back to Family Style, and another pie rich with history and a little sugar as well. Some say the origin of this pie, known as shoe fly, can be traced back to a cake, specifically the Centennial Cake. It first appeared in Philadelphia circa 1876, celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. And while the exact origins of the shoe fly pie are lost to time, no matter how you slice it, it is a true American original. In the heart of Pennsylvania's bucolic Amish country lies a town with a name that sounds like a familiar adage.
Bird-in-Hand is nestled in Lancaster County. A lot of farming, a lot of agriculture, and a lot of really good, hard-working people.
Just has a peaceful and calm feeling. It just envelops you.
Bird-in-Hand isn't just the name of this small village. It's also the namesake of a family-owned corporation that runs a group of lodges, a campground, and eateries. John Smucker runs the business. Under his wings, the Bird-in-Hand Bakery and Cafe, best known for its shoe fly pie. Raised Mennonite, John and his wife Myrna have deep roots in this neck of the woods.
My family story in Pennsylvania begins in 1752 when my immigrant ancestor Christian Schmucker emigrated from Switzerland and Germany, came to America, established a farm homestead here in Lancaster County. And I'm the 8th generation.
Pennsylvania Dutch refers to immigrants who came to the U.S. from German-speaking countries in the 18th and 19th centuries, mainly to escape religious persecution in Europe. By the late 1700s, it's estimated that these immigrants accounted for more than a third of Pennsylvania's population.
Well, that'd be the new farmers. He's out there doing it.
John's ancestors, along with countless others, brought with them new types of cuisine and helped invent that sticky dessert that's famous in this region, shoe fly pie.
The origins of shoe fly pie are a little bit murky. One historian traces it back to Centennial Cake, which was made in the 1800s as a celebration of Pennsylvania's centennial.
Shoe fly pie, an apple pan, Dottie makes your eyes light up.
And so that was a crustless version that then once it becomes placed in a crust to become more easily transportable, that turns into shoe fly pie.
The Smucker family has been serving up their family's shoe fly pie to the public for more than 50 years, and they've been baking it for much longer. But what exactly is shoe fly pie?
I'd start with delicious.
The topping is different, so it's not so sweet pecan pie with no pecans.
Shoe fly pie is a type of molasses pie. It's really a product of Pennsylvania Dutch cuisine, and it's distinguished by its inclusion of streusel, which is very classic to those types of European cuisines.
On the frontier, they had a limited amount of ingredients, a limited amount of resources, and so one of the products that they would have had was molasses, and molasses was stable.
Most shoe fly pies include molasses. The Smuckers, however, do things a little differently.
We do not use a molasses product for our shoe fly pie. We gravitate towards a light table syrup.
Another unique feature of shoe fly pie, the traditional ingredients don't require refrigeration, making it a convenient treat for the many Amish residents in this part of the country. That's Anna Mary Smucker, or to those who knew and loved her, Grussie.
My grandmother, Anna Mary Smucker, was the one who I would say was the ultimate pie baker in our family. I'm sure she picked up recipes from her mother, who picked them up from her mother before that.
In a 1938 edition of National Geographic on the Pennsylvania Dutch, Grussie was even featured with 4 of her kids, including John's dad, and a shoe fly pie. John comes from a long line of bakers, influenced by his grandparents and his parents.
My mother was a pie baker, so she was a busy cook and a housekeeper. And my father was out on the farm and doing different businesses, and so she was busy in the kitchen taking care of the family.
In 1970, John's father, Paul, opened the family's first restaurant. There, they started serving the family's signature pie to locals and tourists. In the mid-'80s, John opened another nest for foodies, Bird in Hand Bakery and Cafe, just to keep up with the soaring demand for their baked goods.
Pumpkin pie, shoe fly pie, and cherry crumb pie. I just love pies.
The pies here are all made from scratch, including the ooey gooey wet bottom shoe fly, using Smucker's recipe that's been passed down for generations. And apparently, this pie isn't just for dessert.
I have it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, not necessarily every day.
What's delicious on the plate first needs to take shape.
And we like our shoe fly pies to be sweet and smooth.
There are two main components, the goo and the crumbs. The wet filling is made with hot water, light table syrup, light brown sugar, baking soda, and eggs. It's stirred with a canoe paddle-sized kitchen tool.
So to us, the goo is one of the most important features of the pies.
That filling is poured into a homemade pie crust. The pie's signature crumb topping is made with pastry flour, light brown sugar, cinnamon, salt, and shortening, which is combined in a large mixer.
Crumbs go on top, and then this goo is down below in a layer that's about 1/2 inch thick. When we bake it, the crumbs work down through into the pie a bit and help to create what I call that middle layer.
Back when Grussie made her pies, she didn't shoo the grandkids away.
She just let us dig in.
After about an hour in the oven, the pies are cooled, covered, and carried right from the kitchen to the bakery. While visitors to this bakery savor unforgettable flavors and a pinch of the past, for John and his family, the pies are symbolic of so much more.
My grandmother would always say, give good measure. She was a very hospitable person. I see pies as part of hospitality.
These folks are proudly carrying on a unique Pennsylvania Dutch tradition here in the land known as Bird in Hand. Coming up, a New York City baker's quest to bring back a long-lost Christmas-time pie. Pie today, gone tomorrow. That's what seemed to be the fate of a beloved bygone Christmas-time pie. It was popular for, well, a New York minute. Well, I guess a few decades to be exact. But today, one bakery in New York City is bringing back this long-forgotten chestnut, rum, and cherry creation called Nestle Road. It's not your traditional pumpkin, apple, or blueberry dessert, but it is a treat that many older New Yorkers probably remember from childhood. Served up with a slice of nostalgia and a memory of decadent New York.
Our motto at PD's is damn fine pie for damn fine people because we're just so proud to be a New York business. Pie has been a part of New York's culinary history the entire time, and we just wanted to elevate it the best we could. I'm Petra Pandas, and I am the owner and head baker of PD's Pie Company.
PD's Pie, named after Petra's childhood nickname, has been serving up damn fine pie since opening in New York City in 2014.
We opened up the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. We sold like 100 pies. And then the next year, we sold 1,000 pies.
This past Thanksgiving, nearly a decade after opening, PD's sold 10,000 pies. The big holiday rush isn't new to Petra. She grew up pulling all-nighters before Thanksgiving in the name of pie.
Pie's been part of my life since I was born. I was born into my parents' bakery. They have a bakery called Mom's Apple Pie Company in Virginia, and I always spent my Thanksgivings working at their shop. They are still in business, and they still do tremendous Thanksgiving business.
Petra inherited a love of baking from her dad.
My dad is really obsessive about quality of ingredients, and that's something that I have learned from him, to just be really focused on flavor and on like the texture and balance in a pie.
Petra left the family pie business and moved to New York City to pursue a career in teaching.
It was at the end of my first year of teaching that I met my husband, Robert.
Seemingly against all odds, it was poker that brought Petra back to pie.
He, interestingly enough, was playing poker professionally at the time. He wanted a place to invest his poker money. And so I sort of half-jokingly asked him if he wanted to open a pie bakery with me.
Robert didn't call her bluff.
And he said yes. We'd been dating a few weeks at the time, and we spent the next 3 years planning it.
PD's menu offers the classics like apple, banana cream, key lime, and also a beloved bygone pie. The couple's love of culinary history led to Nestle Road's discovery and return.
One of the things that Robert and I used to do as we were planning our business was we would look at the New York Public Library's menu database, which is really fun. And one pie that we kept seeing over and over that we had never heard of and never tried and weren't sure how to pronounce was Nestle Road pie. It was on a lot of sort of mid-century menus from the 1940s through the 1960s.
This elusive pie piqued Petra's interest.
Stumbling across Nestle Road on these old menus was sort of like discovering a fossil or something.
Petra saw this as a chance to bring back a piece of decadent New York. Her curiosity inspired a sweet revival. Nestle Road wasn't always a pie.
It actually started as a frozen custard dessert in sort of the Victorian ages. A very decadent thing to have a frozen dessert before, refrigeration was widely available. It was like the most fancy dessert you could imagine.
First off, it was named after a Russian diplomat by his private French chef. Not to mention its luxurious ingredients of chestnuts and liqueur. Years later, the Big Apple heavily influenced the evolution of this decadent dessert. It went from a pudding mold to a pie crust.
It sort of transformed in New York City in around the 1940s by this woman named Hortense Spire.
Baking the pies from her Upper West Side brownstone, the pie quickly gained popularity.
She made pies for like all of the fancy New York City restaurants, all the steakhouses and all the fancy fish seafood restaurants.
The pie was a mid-century marvel. As demand grew and the pie became a New York City diner and sweet shop staple, many renditions no longer included chestnuts. By the mid-60s, it all but faded into oblivion. Nestle Road is one of PD's holiday season offerings, but the supply is limited.
Because it's so labor intensive, we can only make 80 over the course of the week.
In creating her Nestle Road pie recipe, Petra sought to honor the origins of the dessert.
I wanted to bring that chestnut part of the flavor profile and bring it sort of front and center. My recipe is almost sort of a mashup of the sort of Hortense-inspired 1940s era and the New York diner 1960s era.
All of Petey's pies start with the same crust.
My crust is based on my dad's recipe.
It pushes the limits with one ingredient.
My crust recipe has like a 8-to-9 ratio of butter to flour, which is really high.
Next up, preparing the chestnuts for roasting.
I puree the chestnuts with sugar and with rum, and that is sort of the base note flavor of the whole pie.
The filling's light, delicate texture is achieved using gelatin.
It's sort of like a chiffon or like a fluffy custard kind of pie.
The filling is then chilled.
We did like a Swiss meringue.
The meringue is folded into the filling. Time to top with ganache. And of course, the final step, a cherry on top. They're actually sour cherries.
When I hear that somebody who hasn't tried Nesselrode pie since the 1960s tried my Nesselrode pie and loved it and just got a sense of nostalgia out of it, it really sort of brings a whole other layer of meaning into the work that I do.
Outside of the bakery, Petra and Robert are raising 3 little pie people, with a 4th on the way.
My kids are really into pie. They really love to eat pies.
As for if their kids will share a slice of the shop one day,
who knows if they'll want to continue the pie business. I look forward to passing on everything that I know, just like my parents did, and seeing if they're interested.
For most Americans, it seems that there's always room for pie, and the significance of that slice can adapt to circumstances, places, and people. Through pie, it seems we can more deeply understand not just our country's history, but our own sweetened memories.
With coastline that stretches for more than 60 miles, South Carolina's Grand Strand is home to some of America's most beautiful beaches. Here in Myrtle Beach, family-friendly activities, energetic nightlife, and natural attractions have made this place a tourist hotspot for decades. As a beach town, seafood's a real star of the show here, from crispy fried fish to creative daily specials, and of course, Carolina classics like shrimp and grits. I'm here to savor every last bite of this city's freshest catch. Let's dive in. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal
has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Fresh seafood has been a big draw to Myrtle Beach since the late 19th century, according to historian Becky Billingsley.
They would have these huge nets out there on the beach that took like 20 people to grab the nets and pull them in. Then they had these little fish shacks set up on the beach where they could fry the fish. And so you could also get a fish dinner right there on the beach.
Today, Myrtle Beach welcomes over 19 million tourists each year, and its food scene has evolved from simple beach shacks to more than 2,000 restaurants, feeding all those hungry visitors. So even if fishing isn't your thing, there are plenty of ways to enjoy Carolina's freshest catch. Murrells Inlet is a charming fishing town just 25 minutes from downtown Myrtle Beach. This quaint area is actually known as the seafood capital of South Carolina. I'm at Seven Seas Market, a community favorite that's known for its impressive variety of local fish. Each day, the fishermen here are hauling in everything from shrimp to grouper, mahi-mahi, and more. Some might say it's shrimply the best.
Hey, Al.
Hey there.
How you doing?
Chris Conklin has been running this place for 15 years.
We're able to source the finest fresh local seafood known to man with our own fishermen and our own boats.
His son Christopher, already a seafood fan, often coming to help out. Bingo, I see who's going to be taking over the business. Seven Seas was founded by Chris's dad, Phil Conklin, in 1985.
So this is a giant bluefin tuna. There's Phil, my dad.
Phil was an engine man in the Navy, later becoming an avid sports fisher. After a visit to Murrells Inlet, he fell in love with the marsh's bountiful catch and was inspired by local markets that caught and sold their own seafood.
We own 6 of our own boats now that fish for the snapper and grouper, and we have 2 shrimping boats as well.
Murrells Inlet has a long history of commercial fishing. Until the mid-20th century, slaves and black Americans who harvested fish here were known as creek boys. Following the Civil War, it became a paying job for any skilled fisherman.
And they were young men who would have several families that they caught seafood for.
The area's unique geography lends itself to a wide variety of fish and shellfish.
So that inlet in between the ocean and the land is an interesting mix of brackish and fresh water. And that's where we get our oysters and clams and crabs and really unique, fresh, not too salty, but just salty enough.
Today, Murrells Inlet is a hotspot for nightlife with plenty of restaurants and bars, but few seafood markets remaining. Seven Seas is one of the last places still catching and selling its own fish.
How we doing? Hey, fellas. What's going on? Hi. Have a good trip? Nice.
For Chris, a passion for seafood started as a kid. At 12 years old, he got his first fishing boat. On the weekends, catching flounder to sell at Seven Seas. He joined his dad full-time after college.
We were like best friends, you know. We'd work all day, sweat, blood, tears, whatever.
In the early 2000s, Chris's best childhood friend, Henry Ford, joined the business.
We did a bunch of hunting and fishing together. Chris is like a brother to me.
Henry soon became like a member of the family. The trio worked together until Phil's passing in 2018.
It was a huge loss, but you just gotta pick your chin up and keep on.
Henry taking on more responsibilities. Today, he's a co-owner at Seven Seas.
So the art to a very good fish display is to make them look like they're all swimming.
The market offering up to a dozen local seafood options, from red snapper, bluefin tuna, to grouper, flounder, oysters, and of course, shrimp. They also bring in seafood from all across the country. Under Chris, they've expanded beyond retail, supplying several fine dining establishments across the city.
How about this good-looking seafood we brought you?
Chris is proud carrying on his father's fishing legacy.
A lot of customers, they hold us near and dear to their heart, and they like to brag, so I enjoy being people's seafood guy.
Time to see the seafood guy in action. Seven Seas processing thousands of pounds of fish and shrimp daily. I helped unload the market's latest catch, South Carolina white shrimp.
Take it right up there to the scale.
All right, here we go.
On a good week, how many pounds will you sell of these?
1,000 pounds a day in the summertime.
1,000
Yes, sir.
pounds a day?
Just shrimp, yes, sir.
The shrimp gets covered in a layer of ice. The final step? A lesson from Chris and Henry in the fine art of cleaning and deheading shrimp.
What we do is we pick the shrimp up like this. And every shrimp you touch, you have to pinch it.
Why?
Right? To pinch the head off, right?
Oh.
The shrimp get organized into 3 sizes: medium, large, and extra large.
What makes South Carolina shrimp special?
They come from really clean water. We don't have a lot of mud. They're much sweeter.
Can you taste a shrimp and tell whether it's come from South Carolina or not?
100% I can, yes, sir.
Wow. How about you, Henry?
Yeah, absolutely.
Coming up, I get a taste of South Carolina's famous shrimp. After prepping a mountain of shrimp at Seven Seas Market, I couldn't wait for a taste of this fresh catch. Co-owner Henry Ford whipping up a spread of local shellfish steamed to perfection with their house blend of spices.
And I've even got some stone crab claws Chris and I went and caught yesterday.
Wow, this is great. So, do you ever get tired of seafood?
Absolutely not.
Not at all.
I could eat seafood every day if I could.
Seven Seas also sells several house-made specialties, many crafted by Henry, including a smoky fish dip and a Carolina favorite, she crab soup.
What is she crab soup?
It's crab meat, and it's a cream-based soup.
Oh, wow.
And we sell out of it every day.
Woohoo!
Oh, yes, sir.
I can see why.
Just being surrounded by seafood all day isn't enough for these two. They find time every week to hop on a boat and reel in a catch together.
So when you guys, Henry, are out on the boat fishing, what's it like?
Oh man, it's actually, after being at work all week, it's actually heaven on earth to get out there.
Chris, how important is it to continue this legacy of South Carolina seafood?
We're like the last of the Mohicans. It's a lot easier to get seafood from other places, other countries. We go through all the trouble of having our own boats and trying to perpetuate what little bit is left of the South Carolina seafood industry. That's why we stay so busy.
Well, I got to tell you, this is some of the best shrimp I've ever had.
Yep.
Oh, man, this is great shrimp.
Oh yeah, it's good. You know what? For all your hard work today, after this lovely meal, we filled your belly. I want to give that to you as a gift from Chris and I, saying thank you.
Well, thank you.
Yes, sir. You're part of the crew now.
All right. Aye, aye, Captain.
My definition of soul food is food that is made with love and care. My mom used to always tell me, son, don't never make anything or never sell anything that you wouldn't eat. So that's my definition of soul food.
Word has it, if you're looking for some real soul food in Myrtle Beach, Big Mike's has the best soul food in town. Born and raised in Myrtle Beach, owner Mike Chestnut is a well-known member of this community, bringing people together with recipes from his mom's kitchen for over a decade.
Just like from Mama's house. And I'm like, man, this is delicious. I can't think of any soul food restaurant that I go to that is better than this.
Time to meet Big Mike. Nice
Welcome
to
to Big
see
Mike's.
you.
Yes,
Mike.
sir. Good to
I'm
see you.
Al. All right.
Yes, sir.
You guys all work here, right?
Yes, sir. Yep.
From Big Mike to Little Lennox, Big Mike's Soul Food isn't just family owned. You got all family from top to bottom.
My wife, Maxine, she works here. And then also my oldest son, Michael, and my youngest son, Marcus, and my daughter, Michaela.
It's the whole family. I mean, it's a family reunion.
The whole ball of wax. Yes, sir.
Mike Chestnut, AKA Big Mike, has spent his entire life in Myrtle Beach, and he's become a well-known figure about town.
He's always willing to give a hand to anybody who needs it, and he also takes pride in his work.
Since I grew up here, I just want to feel like I'm giving back to the community. Serve as a deacon at our church and city councilman, involved in a lot of other organizations, whether it's the NAACP or American Culinary Federation. And then the restaurant, that's my true love, I'll be honest with you.
Where'd your love of food come from?
I would got to say it's from my mom. She could get in the kitchen at 7 o'clock in the morning and just had fun at what she was doing.
Big Mike's mom, Rosalie Chestnut, worked in many restaurants in the area as a cook. With her encouragement, her son's kitchen career began at just 12 years old as a dishwasher. But it didn't take long for his diligence and talent to shine through.
The chef that was there, he just saw something in me, and I remember he went to the general manager and said, hey, I want Mike to come back and prep with me.
Mike worked the line at a country-style restaurant while going to school for not one, but 2 culinary programs. For nearly 20 years, Mike rose in the kitchen ranks, but he always dreamed of owning his own business. Mike soon found the answer to his prayers in a familiar spot.
We saw this building, it was ready, and time was right. The high school used to be in the shopping center across the street, and we would actually jump the fence and come over here and eat lunch and go back. But who would ever thought that 40 years later we'd end up buying the place?
Sadly, Mike's mother passing away before she could see him fulfill his dream.
What do you think she would think of this place?
I think she would be proud of us to say you're trying to do something to keep the family together and also provide a living and feed the family.
What's the best advice she gave you?
People always eat with their eyes. So if it looks good, it's going to be good.
Oh man, does this look good. Sweet yams, mac and cheese, fried chicken, collard greens. Those are just a few of Big Mike's soul food specialties.
Seafood basket, catfish with fries.
Obviously, seafood is a big deal.
Yes, sir.
Here. What do you do seafood-wise?
We do fried whiting, and then we do catfish.
Serving up seafood is a sure way to catch diners' attention here in Myrtle Beach. Big Mike's Soul Food carries on a culinary legacy that's steeped in history. The term soul food was coined in the 1960s as a source of pride for many African Americans. But the cooking tradition has evolved over centuries and continents.
African Americans, when they were forced to live here, they had to do what they had to do. So they incorporated what we had here into the taste they had there, and they incorporated their master's taste too. So it all merged together to be a French, English, Scottish, Dutch, African American, Native American melting pot of flavors.
Soul food restaurants began popping up all over the United States as Black Americans migrated from the rural South, many becoming integral to their local communities.
Is it important to have a Black-owned restaurant?
No question.
As part of the food scene?
Yes, sir. It lets the community know, hey, if Mike can do it, I can do it. Because I tell people, you know, I grew up in a little area outside the city called Race Path. A lot of drugs, a lot of crime, and who would ever thought that we would be able to open up a restaurant in the heart of Myrtle Beach.
I couldn't wait to get into the heart of this restaurant, the kitchen.
We're gonna do a Big Mike special today, meat and 3.
A signature meal of the South, meat plus 3. 3 sides, that is, started popping up in urban diners in the early 1900s.
We're gonna do some fish, we're gonna do some hush puppies and some coleslaw and some mac and cheese.
All right, let's get started.
All right, well, we're gonna start with some hush puppies over here.
Hush puppies, made from cornmeal batter, can be sweet or savory.
We probably go through a couple hundred of them, and we do them all by hand. Let them cook for a little minute.
All right.
And then we're gonna come back over and do the fish.
All right.
My fish is going in cornmeal batter. And we add a little bit of extra seasoning to it.
Is that a little special
thing?
Special
season that we make up there. It's nice, light batter on it.
Right.
With our fish and first side in the fryers, Mike whips up some coleslaw.
Okay.
Starting with all the usual fixings, cabbage, mayo, vinegar. But Big Mike has another secret ingredient up his sleeve.
Some people don't put relish in it, but I put relish in mine.
Relish? Oh, that's good.
And the sweetness of the relish.
And that relish, I would have never thought of adding relish.
And with our fish a golden brown, hush puppies fried to perfection, and coleslaw ready to serve, time for the third side, mac and cheese. Just how his mama made it.
There we go,
Ooh.
Big Mike special.
Oh my gosh.
It'll hit the spot.
I mean, it's so light.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's not a heavily breaded fish. And I'm a huge hush puppy.
Okay.
God, it's got this sweetness to it.
Yes, sir.
That is about as good as it gets.
All right.
Wow.
Wow is right. I haven't had flaky fish like this since I was a kid back in St. Albans, Queens. I clean my plate, just like everybody else who walks through the doors here.
I just want to leave something for my grandkids and kids to say, hey, this is a family thing and we want to keep it going.
Just a stone's throw from the shore is Myrtle Beach's Arts and Innovation District. Winna's Kitchen is one of the newest restaurants in this part of town. Here, Chef Jess Sagan is delighting tourists and locals alike with her elevated brunch staples. She's also on a mission to give back to the community, extending a helping hand with warm meals to those in need.
Hey,
Hey, Al, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, so glad to be here. And what's going on here? It seems like there's a lot of cool kids hanging out here.
These are our grandchildren, my daughter Kenzie and her 5 kids.
Now, you usually don't find kids studying at a restaurant, but here at Winna's Kitchen, owner Jess Sagan loves keeping her family close by. So close, in fact, that all 5 of her grandchildren are homeschooled right here in the basement. So there's always time for a bit of family fun.
I want to rock right now. I rock bass and I can't get down. I'm not into that.
Jess's daughter, Kinsey, doesn't just teach here. She's also the co-owner and deeply invested in the heart and soul of this culinary adventure.
I'm the brains and she's the brawn, but she's also the brains. I do a lot of the creative elements of the menu, but the day-to-day kitchen line restaurant is Kinsey.
Even the name of the place is a nod to family.
My mom's name was Linda. Her nickname was Winna. And when my mom passed away, she had a lot of regrets. And I knew that opening a restaurant was something that I would have a regret about if we didn't give it a shot. It was pursuing a dream, but also investing in a community that we believed in.
At Winna's Kitchen, those facing homelessness are able to enjoy a meal totally free of charge.
We say this all the time. We didn't open a 30-seat restaurant to make a lot of money. We opened a 30-seat restaurant to make an impact.
And how do you do that?
Our patrons can pay $5 and they'll either hang a card, it'll say number 1, and we'll feed somebody for it, or they can take that card with them, and if they see somebody out on the street that they think needs it, they can give it to them. But our goal is to kind of restore dignity to people. They get to sit down at a table or the bar and be served.
It's a calling that stems from her own journey.
There was a point in your life where things were pretty tough.
In my mid to late 20s, I took a leave of sanity, I say. I just checked out, and I ended up making some really bad choices that led me into a place of addiction and ultimately homelessness. Then I ended up going to live at the rehab program for homeless people, and I completed that program, and almost 6 years later, here we are.
In rehab, Jess met her future husband, Walt, a volunteer from a local church program. Back on her feet, she devoted her professional life to her faith, serving as a worship pastor for 2 decades.
What led you to opening up a restaurant?
It is the food. We love to eat, y'all.
Jess and Kinsey got their start in the food world by catering benefits for a local nonprofit. After a string of successful dinners, they took the plunge, opening Winna's Kitchen in 2021. The first item on their menu? The free #1 special.
So what about for the folks who come in who need that meal? What's their reaction?
The #1 reaction we get is they are so hesitant to let us serve them. We often have people, they're like, hey, do you need help with the dishes? And I'm like, no, you're a patron.
Jess doesn't stop at serving free meals. She's given many a second chance, employing people who have faced addiction or homelessness.
Not a lot of restaurants give back to the community. How did that evolve?
So there's this passage of scripture, when you invite people to your house for a meal, invite the lowly in. And I would say it's easy to do nice things for people who are going to do nice things for you. But the real gift in the kingdom for us is doing things for people who can't do anything for you, and showing up for people who can't show up back, and loving people who might not ever love you back or even appreciate you back. That's really investing in people, and that's who we want to be.
I mean, it's like dignity's on the menu.
It is. Dignity is on the menu.
Kinsey is just as passionate about her mother's mission.
I'm so proud of my mom.
You're doing great, sweetie. I love you.
She has experienced such a hard life, and her attitude, her ability to overcome is just, I think most people would just lay down and give up, and it just drives her to do more and be more.
She teaches her kids at Winna's so they can learn from their grandma's compassion on a daily basis.
She is nice to everyone, and she's independent at the same time.
The legacy my mom will give us is not this building, it's how she taught us to treat each other, how she teaches us to interact with each other.
In addition to helping others, Jess is also dedicated to highlighting seasonal, locally sourced ingredients.
My grandparents were very farm to table. I mean, before farm to table was a thing. Both my sets of grandparents had gardens that we ate off of all summer. We're in the South, there's a lot of fried chicken and a lot of French fries and a lot of fried everything. But my daughter and I both like food that's a little bit different, a little bit elevated.
The mother-daughter duo putting their spin on brunch classics like fluffy ricotta pancakes with lemon curd and a deconstructed chicken pot pie.
Oh man, that was the best dessert I've ever had.
But there's one dish that's been a menu mainstay since the beginning. When it comes to Jess's take on this Southern classic, the sauce is the boss.
What's the thing that makes your shrimp and grits so special?
It's our sauce. It's kind of this mix between cream and tomato. And it's infused with some secret spices and some ham stock.
Maybe you show me how this is done?
I'd love to.
Winna's Shrimp and Grits starts with, of course, the shrimp.
We try to use large local shrimp. They're really sweet. They got the perfect amount of salt.
Stock gives her signature sauce a richer flavor.
How do you make your ham stock?
We don't share all of our secrets
Okay, all righty.
Just then searing the shrimp in clarified butter, seasoning them with Kinsey's secret spice blend.
It does have salt, pepper, garlic, a little bit of dill, and a little bit of something else in it.
Something and a little something.
I'm not being coy. I don't know what she puts in.
And what's shrimp and grits without cheesy grits? Each batch made fresh every morning.
Well, now what kind of cheese is that?
The main cheese in here is some coastal cheddar.
The shrimp finished with a drizzle of buttery love. Then, time to plate it up.
So we're going to let you help finish this off.
Alrighty.
This is a little bit of Parmesan that we've just kind of chunked up.
To top it off, cherry tomatoes and some microgreens. And of course, the best part, tasting.
That's fantastic, Janice. When you present something like this to the community, how much pride does this bring you and Kinsey?
I think it's why we do what we do. You know, shrimp and grits is really a humble dish. And we've just taken it and put a ton of care into it. When I was growing up, people would say, love is a secret ingredient. It's true. And so elevating food is not just about making it fancy. It's about taking the level of care to make it look a certain way. Yeah. And I think that adds to nourishing people, not just with the food they eat, but their spirit too.
Well, my spirit feels very good right now. Whether you're looking to kick back with casual beachy fare or enjoy elevated modern menus, Myrtle Beach is a seafood lover's paradise. The very best of South Carolina's most beloved dishes can all be found right here. And there's no doubt that the thriving restaurant community shapes the heart and soul of this vibrant coastal city. This episode of Family Style is sponsored by Visit Myrtle Beach. The avocado. From toast topping to sweet treats, even mac and cheese, this tasty green fruit is pretty much everywhere. But did you know the most popular variety, the Hass avocado, was developed right here in Southern California? So I came all the way across the country to find out how farmers and restaurant owners are making sure we're enjoying these